recording.
That's what
5, 4,
that's what
3,
I'm saying.
2, 1, and start streaming. Oh, never mind. 5, 4, 3.
Yes, we're starting false start.
Anyway, welcome everybody to the episode of Rocks Fall Everyone Dies. I'm here with the crew of the Nostromo. This is episode 94. Who wants to tell me what happened last time?
I will. Previously on the Nostromo, after plundering and escaping from the ziggurat of Maledek by the skin of their teeth, Captain Zorkzan and his crew teleported back to their ship docked in the pirate city of Freeport. After restocking on some supplies and paying a visit to their friend Rutherford, and informing him of the passing of their companion, Dr. Scarlet Maladindo, our hero sought an audience with the pirate lord Cobblestone, having heard he was well versed in both curses and codexes. Strom Skybreaker asked him what he knew of his newly acquired sword, Knight's Edge, but Cobblestone wanted nothing to do with the fell blade. All he would say was that the sword was strong enough to kill a god, and if any religious orders or cults were to learn Strom had it in his possession, he would be a ripe target for assassination. As for the deathly curse afflicting the petrified body of the late doctor, Cobblestone did offer a scant few solutions that could restore Scarlet back to life, none of them easy to obtain. Apart from paying a hefty price for the Banshee Queen to undo her death, there are also two other codexes that could revive Scarlet. The Codex of Blessings and the Keep of Poison Tears, and the Codex of Curses and the Citadel of Poison Tears. Cobblestone also offered that the Rainbow Lich and Samadhi could also be of assistance, and may know more about Strom's new weapon. After a long-needed rest, the Nostromo set sail the next day back to the Isle of Dread, Captain Zorkzan seeking to fulfill his oath to the Moonlit King to retrieve more dragon hearts for his patron, so that they may then make their way to the Court of Mithras, and possibly put an end to the apocalyptic machinations of the demon Roach Graskill. Our heroes departed the ship and began exploring the island with newly promoted sailing master Norhagen Toast charting a path through the underbrush. Searching through the towery swamps of the southern reaches of the island, the party eventually encountered the reanimated dragon skeleton they had crossed paths with long ago. After a brief yet intense battle, our hero successfully slayed the beast, and Zorkzan claimed its mummified heart as his prize. During the battle, Decadic Thornbrook was also able to communicate with the dragon, learning that its name was Nersorcrian, not sure, and that the poor soul longed for death, imploring Decadic to find Amaden the Kind somewhere to the north, and to apologize on their behalf. The crew of the Nostromo now set their sights back on the plateau in the center of the island they explored long ago, hoping to uncover what secrets remain buried there, and to pick up the trail of the green dragon residing on the island. Will our hero successfully complete the captain's quest? Will they finish the subplot revolving around the plateau they only barely touched upon? Will they encounter any old foes from their initial expedition to the Isle of Dread? Or will they finally stop skirting around all the many other dangers on the island and confront even more new foes to face? We'll find out on tonight's game of Dungeons & Dragons, only on Roxwell Everyone Dies.
Okay. Tonight is not sponsored, sadly.
So we can say whatever the fuck we want.
That's right. That's right. America. So, you guys are on the Isle of Dread. You guys are just on the... You start in the middle, and your ship is in the cove near the Dragon Turtle, where the Dragon Turtle's cove was, right? Or
Yeah.
Gulf. Gulf, technically it's a gulf, not a cove. Okay. You were in the middle, so now you're to the right of Area 34 in the swamp still. The dragon's body breaks apart and fell into like parts of the swamp. There still are kind of floating pieces in there if you did want to try to recover a bone or two.
I would like to
Yeah.
do some grab something.
Yeah, you can definitely try to you can roll me what check seems appropriate for that? Probably some kind of athletics check, right? Because you're trying to hoist and lift something while maneuvering around the tar pits.
That's going to be a 15.
15. Okay. Yeah. After some time and effort, you can recover a piece of the dragon. What piece would you want to recover?
Probably maybe like one of the claws or a digit.
Okay, yeah. Whichever one you want to recover, you can recover one of those without any issue. The claw is about from your torso up, so it's a good couple feet long. Okay. is just the claw part. With the digit, it's about a full dragon digit of that size dragon is about almost as tall as you.
Okay. I'll just go with the claw then.
Okay. Okay. So you do that. All right. You have recovered treasure, which you guys were able to find inside the dragon's lair because you fucking rolled like a 30 on your track check on this guy. And you were able to get the jump on him in his lair, and you didn't have to actually try to find a lair afterwards in the middle of the swamp.
Toe seems pretty accurate about being the best tracker.
Okay.
Luckiest.
It is, with all of that happening, it is about late afternoon.
Should we call the ship to come fly in and pick us up? Do we want to keep going on foot towards Plateau?
Yeah, probably do need to have them come here. I can't imagine we can haul all this all that easily. Back to wherever.
If only we had the flying dinghy.
Yeah, not quite ready yet. Yeah, if I can send a message to Jace back on the Nostromo, telling him to come pick us up, and I can skywrite a symbol in the air so they know whereabouts we are so we can flag them down.
Big arrow
Okay.
pointing down.
That should be fine.
Go ahead and burn that spell slot for the sending. It's perfectly fine. Jace will say that he is coming. He will head back that way. Roll me an Arcana check to craft the and keep it against the winds, right, to maintain its shape while you wait for it's not high DC.
25.
All right. Good. 25 is more than enough. It's a perfectly shaped down arrow, right? Right above you guys.
You.
While you guys wait, I want everyone to roll me a d10. Five,
7.
3, 7, and 2. Okay. Half an hour passes without much issue. It does take them about 45 minutes to get here. At this point, it's about 7:30. Sundown's around. What is the date?
The calendar, we're in Mylaf now. In the fall, it's Mylaf 21 currently.
Mylaf 21. So since it's fall, night comes around, probably around 7:30. Right? In the winter, it would come around like 6, if not 5 o'clock.
What?
So, okay. So there's still sun up, but the sun's looking like it's starting to get towards dusk. The ship gets there. Go ahead and roll me. What checks would you use to load everything in? Because the ship is flying up there. Obviously, it can't touch down in the tar. So how do you guys get all this loot in the ship?
Imagine we'd have,
Survival, athletics.
yeah, we'd probably have ropes.
Okay.
Bring up on the ship and like lower crates that we could load up and hoist
Okay.
back up.
Lowering crate. Okay. Make me a group intelligence check. Right. Everyone, roll your intelligence modifier, and it will be a group check.
Go.
You will accumulate successes. I'm sure you can all do it.
You said intelligence?
Intelligence. Yeah.
11.
11. That's a success.
14.
Cool. 14 is successes.
11.
11. Another success.
19.
19. Very good. You guys were ready for this. I think even as you were getting ready and tracking the dragon, in your mind you're like, okay, if it does have fucking shit, how do we get it back into the ship? Because we can go in there, but what if it has a lot of stuff, right? So eventually ropes come down and they're tied to like hinges, right? Like maybe like spikes or something put into them, and they lower them down. You're literally just like a pail of water up and down. Just bringing stuff back into the ship. It all gets in the ship, and you all get in there, and I'll say at this point, let's say that took about 20-25 minutes, right? Because you had it ready. You had been pulling out, and it was just piled and waiting there. So it's about 7:10. That sound fair? Okay. 7:10. So far you're probably about 40 minutes till sundown. Okay. The sky is yours. What do you do? You are flying. So far from where you are, even though you're flying up, to your north you see some hills. To the south you see more swamp. To the east and the west you see more swamp and tarlands. Because the tarlands are like a long strip.
Do we have that gold statue thing marked on the map somewhere still? Is that nearish us at all?
Area...
I think it's in like the northwest corner of the island.
I don't remember all where it was.
northwest along the river, area 30.
So not really close per se.
Yeah, you guys have maps. You guys
Yeah,
have
Right.
maps.
it's like we had those, and I haven't read
It's been a while since we last looked at them. It's been a while.
Starter.
No.
They were like sharks.
Oh, God! Oh, God!
Yeah, I know we had some we marked on before.
Nope, that's
Or
Barovia.
paths.
Unless they kind of turned one into more of a master path.
That's the map of
Who knows what happened to
Mithras.
that?
There's a... That's not very good.
A map.
Primer.
So we had one that we were filling out. God, where did that one go?
Map of Barovia. I have two more maps, but I don't think you guys ever found the master map to the island.
No, we definitely didn't do that.
No, we
that
just
was-
got a general map of where things could be, and we were filling out our
We
own.
had one of these with stuff on it, but
Yeah, so
We
we
got
should
more
be around this general area currently.
okay.
The statue was next to the temple at the heart, somewhere around that area, I think. Right?
I can find it. Here, let me keep looking.
Makes for gripping streaming.
Oh yes. Start dancing, Matt, quick!
For the view!
That was your shirt on.
The plateau is
Don't
like
show nipple.
upper center area around here. With
Cover them with dice.
Yes.
Mekob's village
sorry.
is about here. With the Rakshasa kind of there too.
I thought Mekob's village was over here.
I thought it was over this side.
It was
Yeah,
there-ish.
if we're near Mekob's village, we should go check that out real quick.
You
You
guys-
guys get more too.
You guys can
See if-
briefly
see if
use
Mekob
this
would go back
you
and
guys can
leave us.
briefly use these for reference. You just don't know about the locations you haven't seen.
That's fair.
Okay.
That golden idol is
What's
along the river.
It's up here somewhere.
Yeah. No. Down the river. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that river area. Yeah. It's like the
And
midpoint.
we're down
Oh, wow. Is
here.
that what-
Yeah, where that black target is.
Oh,
Under my
okay.
ear.
So just to clarify, is the plateau this bit here in the middle?
Yes.
Okay.
Jeez, right?
She's like,
we can't do that on stream.
She's like, but we could be.
I'd be interested to go out to
Forest is where
I know we dealt with
Rakshasa
the
were all hiding out
the,
around down there. There's
statue
tar
a
pits
couple
down there,
times.
so you
Okay.
guys-
We're right about
Right
there.
down there, I think.
There's a big
Tar
old
pits,
statue
right?
surrounded by
19 dinosaurs.
Dimetrons.
That sounds right.
Dimetrons,
The
yeah,
fin,
something like
the
that.
big fin on the
Yeah.
back, and yeah.
And yeah, I think that
Wait,
lake
so like
is
big-
where the Green Dragon might
like-
be, or at least I think we've heard it's supposed
Our
to
size,
be
like big thing.
around
I
there.
just remember that the green dragon,
Which is why we looked at it and went,
feuding.
Here, hand
I think that was near the
That's fair.
plateau.
I thought the Green Dragon was supposed to be on like
You want this
the
one
eastern edge.
Somewhere around this area.
Oh, okay.
what?
So the green dragon.
Oh, green dragon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you
Because
saw
the
them.
blue one-
Because you were like around here when you saw them. They were fighting around here, and like that's the volcano. So
And the blue dragons were down there.
yeah, the blue dragons were down here, and obviously
Yeah.
you already fought the.
That was a cove we got
Still.
stuck in for an entire game.
I do wonder if that green dragon is that one that's missing from Rokugan. Probably not, but maybe.
We could ask it before we kill it.
Well, if we asked him, then we'd be guilty of doing something.
Hey, are you like missing from somewhere? No? Okay.
Sean could tell him how he found a green dragon egg.
Yeah.
He gave it to another dragon. But, you know,
Yeah,
if you want it.
they have a great dragon technically back in Rokugan, so they don't need the old one anymore, right?
All right. So head towards the plateau then. In the meantime, or since it's nearly sundown, we could pretty much call it a night. And
So, are you guys gonna fly towards like that golden statue? Flying towards the plateau? Where you going?
I think we should head out to sea for the night, and then I'll try and find the golden statue in the morning.
yeah,
Yeah. Probably not smart to fly over the island at night without the whole crew on watch.
Was this the place where the big monkey was?
that
was one of the smaller islands over here, I think.
It's one of the small
We were
islands.
sailing
to the
south,
east.
and as we were going to
technically, it's not
Parain, wherever
even.
that was.
Technically, it's not even on that map. It's like north.
It's right next to the Caravel town.
It's
or
like
whatever,
right over
basically.
here, and your guys' map stops here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's over there.
Oh wow, that's way
This-
further
this,
down than I thought.
The stain, yeah.
Stain, right?
It would be a little bit more west of where that the tip of that compass is,
Okay.
the southern tip.
Okay.
The sea in the air a little bit. We have the charges for it, so.
Yeah. No, we should land.
And we've definitely seen horrible things in this ocean. Next thing we know, we're gonna just have someone get kidnapped.
we
off the
killed
ship
everything
again.
in the oceans,
But
right?
Scarlet's not. Well, Scarlet's permanently on watch now, I guess. That makes it more dangerous.
That's even worse.
Who wants to be saddled with the Scarlet Shift?
All shifts are scarlet shifts.
It's like, dude, you want the Scarlet Shift? Oh, I had that one night. Crazy shit went down.
All right, so yeah, we'll sail out near the.
Yeah, should we sail west to get over to this bay over here to rest for the night?
Over by the mouth of the river.
Oh yeah, up by
Yeah, that sounds good. Up in that area.
And that way we can just follow the river to
That'd
the
be here-ish.
statue.
So yeah.
Okay, so you
Over
want to
that
go towards
bay.
where the mouth of that river is. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Let's do that then. Okay, you guys, you're just sailing straight there across area, just straight
Yeah.
into that
Yeah.
bay across land.
Yeah, we'll fly over land until we go over water.
Unless we find Area 51.
Okay, it's about 2.5. About
We gotta get
it's
a
about a
ship
half
and
an hour to
sail
get
on
there.
land.
So it's about 2. It's about 2.5 hours to get across that face.
Okay. It'll be dark.
Okay.
We'll just be high enough.
I don't think we found any drugs.
We've got some on the ship somewhere.
I know we do.
Area 36. Let me look up
Well,
two things.
Did. It was that suicidal rabbit. Fucker kept trying to overdose. Kept failing.
Caves of the Rock Devil.
You wouldn't believe how many drugs you can fit in that tiny body.
We changed his name to John Belushi.
Yeah, if we really want to make money, just go to a bar somewhere. I bet you 50 gold that this rabbit can drink anything you got here, and it'll be fine.
The whole time just saying, I wish I would die.
Give me more, please.
Okay, 36 is just random encounter. Okay, okay. Yeah, so you guys start heading that way. I want. What are you guys doing during these 2.5 hours heading towards the bay?
Specifically with travel helping, or
What are you doing? Where are you in the ship? What you doing? What's the plan?
I'll help fly it.
Okay, so you're flying it or helping fly it?
I am piloting.
You're piloting, so you're flying.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I think that because we've had some interesting times when flying over the Isle of Dread, I'm going to keep keeping watch.
Okay, just watching the sky, watching the land.
Watching the sky, watching mostly the land, not so much the sky.
What about you?
well, if he's gonna watch the land, then I'll watch the sky.
Okay. Cool.
Yes. Although I do have dark vision, so we should I should be looking at the ground and you watch the sky.
You both got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I.
I have it out too. Because of my helmet.
Okay, we all have dark vision. It's not special. I get it.
I've got devil sight. It's way better. You guys need to upgrade it. I know a guy who can get it for you.
I've got the devil's contact.
Okay, what are you doing?
They're disposable.
I'm sort of watching, but mostly I'm just spending some time with Reyna, but on the deck of the ship, so I can still keep an eye out for stuff.
You're hanging out on the deck of the ship. Occasionally, you're just kind of glancing around. You're enjoying the nice, cool breeze. There's a difference between the breeze that you'll get over land than over the sea, right? There's definitely it's very different, right? The smells and everything else.
Especially 5,000 feet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys are what? At least, 5,000 feet. You'd have trouble breathing.
No, that's 10,000 feet.
Oh, well, still pretty high. So you guys are 5,000 feet up?
Does this ship have an icing problem?
No, seriously. How high are you guys up?
Yeah, 5K sounds good. Sure.
5,000 feet up?
Sure. It'll make a big boom when it crashes.
Okay, that's fine. So you
We
guys,
parked the ship.
are mostly just
I'm excited for you
As you
watching
guys-
the ground.
as you guys are-
hang on,
5,000
hang on.
feet up.
because
Are
you're
there
starting from
mountains?
down here, so you're just going to be.
Are there any mountains?
Yeah, I mean, you
Not
guys
so
are
much.
flying.
It's mostly forested area.
So
That's
I think 5,000's high enough.
Yeah, I'll say we'll get, like, it looks like there's mountains near the bay of the river, so when we get over there, we'll be more of an appropriate height for them.
Okay, cool. All right, cool.
There's a 6,000 foot
Um,
mountain up there.
We want to stay at 5,000.
Sure. Everyone, go ahead and roll me a d10. Okay.
8.
Roll, bitch. Come on.
4, 10,
8.
8.
It won't roll. Hang on. 8.
8. Okay, cool.
I know that exhale. Something's right.
Johnny,
yes.
roll me a. So far, you're so high up. Roll me a perception check since you're so high up. So high up at disadvantage.
Disadvantage. All right.
Yeah. Roll me a perception check at disadvantage with a -5.
-5.
It's a 14 with disadvantage.
Okay.
It's like we got the Scarlet Shift.
8. 8. Okay. Strom, you don't notice anything on land. It's getting dark and you're too far away to be able to see anything. Johnny. Give me an intelligence check.
19.
18. It's just kind of strange. You're used to seeing like pterodactyls and stuff. Haven't seen any.
No.
Even on the way in and the way out. No birds either.
What about plesiosaurs?
It's just strange. Maybe it's just, that season. Maybe they're hibernating. It is the fall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the fall in the tropical landscape is. Maybe they hibernate there too.
There.
Who knows?
Here's
Seems
your
strange.
counterpart. There.
Okay, you guys eventually make it all the way to
The top of
the
mountain.
bay. You guys make it to the bay. Nothing too much of note. What is Area 32? It's far away, but I'm generally curious what the fuck is there. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you guys are in the bay. It is getting close to night. Are you guys landing in the bay, or are you guys flying in the air?
Well, hang on. Are there any lights on the island?
He only got an 8. You guys don't see any that you can tell. You guys are flying due east. None that you can see going from where you were east. So,
Can we see the volcano from there? Okay.
Oh, that's far. Because your guys' ship flies fast. This is like being in a car and driving for like 2.5 hours. It's yeah.
Yeah, going to Nebraska.
Iowa City.
I do. But why would you?
Iowa City's fantastic.
To give context, the Isle is a little bit smaller than Iowa, just a little bit. It's well, no, it'd be about half the size of Iowa. It's a big island. It's like a little bit smaller than Ireland. I don't know. Yeah.
Do we want to land or do we want
Yeah,
to
let's-
stay in the air?
We'll stay in the air, but we're going to get a lot lower in case something does happen during.
We'll get lower, so guarantee it'll something
Yeah.
come up and get us.
Exactly.
How high up can a kraken reach from the water?
Yes.
It's not how high I can reach. How quickly can the lightning come down?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they can control that at will.
Oh, good.
Fun. Let's get close to the water, like 100 feet-ish.
100 feet? Okay.
Still up, but
Yeah, 100 feet above the water. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Go. Who has what watch? 4,
3.
3,
It's like one.
1. There's a default.
Yes.
Also take 3.
Son of a bitch. All right. Sounds good to me. You guys want to do anything else before you bed for the night?
I'll let the captain and Smoot know about my conversation with the dragon. Know that it did have some intelligence. Still, seemed to be longing for death. It did not enjoy the state it was in, and it, as it died, it asked me to find someone called Amoden the Kind. Apparently resides to the north somewhere on the island, and to apologize for some failure of theirs.
It didn't seem to fight as hard as it could have.
It's interesting. I thought once they were undead, their souls left their body and were no longer linked to them at all. That's intriguing.
Yes. Don't know who this Amadin could be. I don't recall the name being mentioned in any of our previous encounters with the island's inhabitants.
I believe we've heard of a blue dragon and a green dragon that still reside here. Since Bravaxis is left. Last heard of him down in Azunia.
Yes. Though we do have a inhabitant, actually. Mikab. Does Mikab know who Amadin is?
Ooh, good question. Was me coming though?
If you don't mind.
He's level
That's-
7.
No, we fly by
I
his
rolled
village,
a
just toss him
3.
off.
Oh,
Fine.
no. I'll help him.
For a second, I'm like, oh yeah, wait, that's not possible.
Are you sure you don't know?
Oh, you mean the dragon that lives in our village? I forgot all of that.
I'll intimidate the knowledge out of him.
Did you learn it right?
No.
Your vision finally kicks up and Mikab is
No.
this.
Mikab walks through the bow of the ship.
Fuck you guys.
No, he doesn't know.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It was worth asking.
Yeah.
It's never worth speaking to him.
To be fair, I haven't spoken in so long.
I appreciated that. I assumed he got stuck in your bag and suffocated at some point.
No, he's hanging out on the ship.
So, yeah. You guys rest for the night. Nothing else really of note outside of that. I need everyone to roll me another d10. Six. Okay. 5. Great. 4.
Uno.
Ah, you're supposed to get a 3.
I know, I wanted it.
Smoot.
Which god are you praying to tonight?
paladin that doesn't have a god.
God of hookers and
Hookers and blow.
aka himself.
As you sleep at night, you toss and you turn. Sleep doesn't greet you easily. A few times throughout the night, you just wake up. You panicked, sweat rolling down your face. You've obviously had some kind of dream. It was very vivid and very real at the moment. You stand up, you walk towards the door, intent on telling the captain something. And it just... As soon as you turn on the light, the memory just fades from your mind.
Detect evil.
You feel a lingering presence. Like somebody that farted in a room an hour ago, and you're walking into it, it's like the lingering of it being there.
And Zork's handing toast somewhere else on the ship.
It's just a bad smell, a bad feeling, right? A lingering sense of something.
The thought of evil.
I smelled that this
And it wouldn't be so bad if this just happened once. This happens 3 times. You get up, you're like, I gotta tell the captain. Turn on your light. You turn on your light, pick up your lamp, start walking out, and it's gone from your mind. Do it 3 times in a row. And then you awake in the morning. When you wake in the morning, again, drenched in sweat, and while your eyes were closed, you knew it. As soon as you opened your eyes, it just left your mind. But the third time, being more interesting, your finger is bleeding, and on the bed sheet next to you, written in blood, written in blood in your on your sheet, as if you had done it while you were sleeping. The flames. No, it wouldn't be that big. It would just be one word. L.
Like the letter L?
E-L.
E-L.
So, you all awaken. Everyone go ahead and click the long rest button.
Yay!
Most of you awaken normally. Strom, Jesus. Neil, your character wakes like 2 hours after everyone else.
Fair enough.
Does Artax have to like replace body parts from damage, or does he just regenerate?
He regenerates.
Slowly becoming a treant.
He molts.
He regenerates
Metal
or
falls
possibly
off in the middle of
repairs
the night.
himself during a short rest, hitting himself with a hammer. However Trey sees his character.
I don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
Is the volume turned on? I can't hear it.
Oh.
Nope, can't hear
Oh,
it.
can't hear you, Trey.
Go ahead and
Might
play
be-
with the audio.
Try screaming.
There we go.
Heard you that time.
So,
You said try screaming, I was just following orders.
I know. Perfect timing, though.
So all of you are in the bay, and near the mouth of the river, 100 feet up from the water. What do you do? Where do you go?
We're gonna look for that statue.
We're gonna go for the statue.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll throw you off your
Go
game.
up a little.
that's fine.
500 feet.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Okay.
Above the tree line, of course. When we start getting,
500 above ground
There's actually
level.
not many trees.
I guess it doesn't look too close.
It's mostly rocky, mountainous terrain. There is a deep valley that cuts between two mountain ranges, and the river runs through it.
Oh, the birds.
And it looks like Trey's just disappeared.
Oh no, Trey!
Oh, the birds.
Roll me a perception check. It's a word. I'm not even drinking. It's been a sober game.
You're always drinking.
Sadly, not today.
It's got that self-brewery syndrome. People
That's
have.
only a
That
5.
fermentation in your stomach thing. Yeah.
Doesn't seem much to know to you. You don't see any, but you don't really.
That's fine.
Probably a little early.
They don't like the ship.
Yeah.
So sail straight down the river, about 500 feet up.
Sure. Straight down the river, 500 feet up. Cool. Okay, you guys will easily get there. Give me a navigation check as you navigate. It's easy because you're basically just cutting a freeway. Basically, well, it's bigger
I
than
don't
a
have
freeway.
navigation tools. I want to fly.
Oh, sorry. Water vehicles.
Okay.
Water vehicles.
You mean air
Because you're not
vehicles?
charting a course. It's
Right,
air
okay.
vehicles. Yes.
So it's Dex plus proficiency.
Yes.
Okay.
Just to hold a steady course.
10.
10. Okay. Yeah. Perfectly fine. You are able to get there. It's going to take you about an hour of flying to get there. So basically, like every 4 hexes is basically an hour on the ship. Okay. On the way there, what is everyone doing?
Flying.
Yeah, you're spoken for. Matt?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna be watching the ground again.
Yeah, just watching the ground. Cool. Johnny?
Could I scry on someone if I only know their name? Would I have to be more familiar than that?
You gotta be more familiar.
Okay.
Because anyone can have a name.
Right.
Who is hitting me up?
Trey.
Trey maybe? Hopefully.
Yeah, Trey's messaging me directly. There you go. My computer died. Troubleshooting now. Ooh, ow. Okay. Huh?
I will take this time to read up that book of dragons I got to see what I can find out about green dragons.
Well, Green Dragons.
Learn that
What does
ahead
that
of
book do again?
Thing is, I get roll and what I get. I can learn like weaknesses, what type of damage, like abilities that dragons could have.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me. You got an hour to study. Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
It's a 17.
17. Green dragons, foresty based dragons. They can have poison or acid breath. Commonly will make residence in a swamp, but they are known to also reside in forests as well. They are known to eat, obviously, they're one of the few dragons that are omnivores. They actually eat a mix of plants and meat. And they could technically subsist off plants if they wanted. But, so could I, but,
Where's the fun in that?
don't make cows that sexy, and I won't eat them.
In my tongue? Okay.
Sometimes you don't need to make a joke.
That's right, with this life, come on. Okay. So,
I'm going to be in my room, but I'm actually be using my arcane eye and spying on people around the ship just to see what they're up to.
I'll be in my bunk. I'll be in my bunk.
roll me an investigation check. While you spy on people.
Also, have you shared the whole cockroach thing with anybody else in the crew yet?
I mean, Artax was there and we tried to hit it. I guess we didn't recover it, but we kind of knew it was there-ish already. But yeah, we'll have to actually talk about that. Split my mind. We're going for a drag. You know, things happen.
Yeah, it's not that important, yeah.
12 on investigation.
12 on investigation. Fuck, I mean, who are you spying on?
Jonah.
Jonah?
Yeah. I mean the other people too, but
Oh, yeah. You can totally spy on Jonah. You follow her around the ship. She's commonly helping out a little bit here and there. She asks a lot of questions about the ropes. She'll commonly kind of just stand out on the deck, kind of just look over way, checking out the ship. She'll talk with other people. Commonly, she talks to.
I mean I guess so I can see them talking.
She mostly,
Can't hear
mainly
them.
only talks to the female members of the crew. Right now, she's probably talking to Quilbeth Holman, but she's not dead.
Yeah, we'll run her back.
I like the qualifier.
I have to qualify living members of your.
I don't think we have anyone in our hold right now, do we?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
a couple people.
Who do we have still?
Obviously, one person in specific.
Well, that's a rock. I mean,
Norton? Is Norton down there?
No, Norton's alive.
Norton's alive.
Back.
Oh yeah.
Currently dead is technically the only one who's dead because you had a bunch dead at one point.
The cook.
Is
Yeah,
Suma.
well,
we got rid of some
her body is,
so I went to the
yeah.
janitor or whatever guy when we broke into Shimmer Snail's area.
That's right.
She's, part of a patchwork now.
That's right.
Well, part of her is.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, honestly, she's sitting there. She's talking to Quilbeth Holman, and
we kept watch
Holman
this
is a Astarian
They brought it
elf,
back. Oh,
and
right.
honestly, she's just shooting the shit. She seems to be having a deep conversation. Roll me a perception check.
23.
Mostly, Quilbeth is talking about her younger years as a prostitute, and kind of just talks about her family, and she talks about her son. She'd really like to, see her son again, one day. It's just been so long, but that was a long time ago in Gazetteer, so.
That's optimistic of her.
Okay, cool. You guys, what did you get on your perception?
I got a 9.
It's very scenic, Like, this is just kind of one of those things where if you, it's like you'd imagine what you'd see on like some kind of like wedding cruise, right? Down the fjords of Finland, right? Very scenic, very beautiful. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Like Vince Corelda.
Nicob sitting there beside you, wind sweeping through his hair as he looks at you with his beautiful brown eyes.
I noticed Jonah
the
never
monkey
came to
man.
talk to you.
You don't understand it.
And he says like,
Although I did teach him to understand us.
oh yeah, he understands. He just
Can't
doesn't
speak.
He just does not have like there's something in his vocal cords where it just doesn't. He just clicks and chirps and other like kind of like whines. But I'm sure dogs could speak English if they could have the ability.
Dogs speak 3-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, you're on daddy's feet.
Yeah, it's like parrots. They don't actually talk. They can just replicate the sounds in speech.
So, you guys eventually, I want you to roll me an investigation check. Who would be looking for it? You're in the area.
Yeah, if you want me to, I can investigate.
All right.
Okay. It'll be a combination of an investigation and a survival check.
So 19 investigation.
19 investigation. Who wants to roll the survival?
I will.
Okay.
13.
Okay. So 8 o'clock by the time you started. It's 9 o'clock now. It takes you a while. You got to do a couple sweeps back and forth. But eventually, as you sweep back, you'd missed it a bunch of times because you're looking for a bunch of these scaly. They look like crocodiles with the fins, right?
Dimetron.
the Dimetrons, right? You're looking for these Dimetrons, but fuck, you're not seeing. You're going up and down this goddamn river. No Dimetron. Not a single Dimetron, right? But eventually, as you go back, oh wait, no, I see a glint of gold on the ground. It's in, it's near. It's at this point the water, the river's very full, so it was at the bank of the river at one point. It's been filled in by the river, right? And just barely the top of it is there. And it's just kind of glinting. Once again, you're like 500 feet up, so it's hell of a thing that you even saw it. But yeah, it's there.
But we don't see any signs of life from where we're at currently.
Weren't there nesting grounds around it?
When it was on the bank, yeah. The river's swelled a little bit. Maybe it's just that. Roll me a. Who wants to roll a perception check?
Can I send my eye down to investigate down there?
Sure. And how far does your eye travel from you? It just lasts for an hour, so it can go pretty far.
Yeah, it's 30 feet per 6 seconds.
As far as it can go for an hour.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're 500 feet up, and you just want to send, because at this point it is, because you guys have rolled your perception checks. You guys can see it, but you don't see any Dimetrons anywhere. You send your arcane eye. Since it can go through surfaces, right?
No. Well, it can squeeze through 1-inch gaps. That's as big
So
as
it couldn't go through water, but it could like hover above it.
Thank you. I don't know. I guess I feel like it could go into water. It doesn't, like it can squeeze. It doesn't necessarily say that. Like it can't enter another plane and it can squeeze through 1-inch gaps. I don't know if it can.
Does it have a strength to push through a surface? Can it be stopped by a curtain?
A solid barrier blocks the eye's movement, but the eye can pass through an opening as small as 1 inch in diameter. That's as much as I have on it.
So it itself is small enough to fit through a 1 diameter slot, but it cannot push through it.
Okay.
So, okay, that makes sense. So basically barriers are going to stop it, like any physical barriers.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The eye goes down. As the eyes go down, once again, your vision gets better. You can see things clearer because you're closer. You're not looking at ants, from the top of a building. Roll me an investigation check. And you want to go straight towards the golden thing, or are you sweeping around?
To the golden thing first, and then kind of fan out from there.
Okay. Roll me as you get closer towards the golden thing, roll me an investigation check. This one's a little, perception, actually.
21.
21 perception. You can see the golden idol. The golden idol is a 37.
What's worth it just has normal vision and dark vision.
Which is good. The water is running, but it is fairly, you could kind of see through the water a little bit towards the depths, because it is a running current, but it appears to be pretty clear. 37. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Dimetron herd.
I don't care what a Dimetron.
A strange bat-like
No
creature.
secrets.
Golden idol is a bat-like creature. Okay. Like basically a giant bat. Okay. So you see, as you get closer, you can see the golden idol through the water. It seems to be a giant bat-like creature. It is very big. Like 8,000 copper big. It's a lot of precious metal. And that's probably just the precious metal, saying nothing about a specific collector. It is covered in, you can read all writing, right?
I can, yes. Yeah.
Can you do it through, yeah, you can. Could.
At least
Yeah,
reading,
through
yeah,
the
I
eye,
can do
because
that
it's just
fine.
understanding, it's not actually a touching and knowing. So the symbols don't appear to actually be writing, but they are probably symbols of something. They probably denote things. But it itself, the symbols that are all over it, someone might think they're writing, but they're not writing. But they do appear to be symbols of something. Yeah, you see that. Roll me a investigation check now as you kind of swing around. The perception is just to see through the water. You can't see the bottom, but what you can see is the top of this statue.
Corey's not coming.
Corey's not coming tonight? Okay.
Oh,
Not feeling well.
Yeah,
whopping
that
4.
sucks. Hopefully he feels better. A whopping 4. It's a fail forward. You do succeed. It's just how long it takes you. How long are you willing to look? An hour? 2 hours?
An hour if I'm not finding anything by then. Well,
Okay. An hour. It takes you a while because you're looking along the coast. You're not seeing anything. The water. You kind of see stuff. You see fish. There are fish in the water. Right? There seems to be lots of fish. Occasionally you see like a snake. Some weird like other weird swimming creatures, right? But mostly just fish and fish-like characters. As you get towards the water is over where the beach normally would because the water is overflowing. As you get towards the give me a second. Past the beach, up the rocks, and in where like you like have foliage and bushes, you see skeletons.
animated skeletons or not moving skeletons?
You rolled really low on that investigation check. It's tough to tell what kind of
Are they standing up and walking around or not?
These aren't
as far as I'm going on that.
With the 4 investigation, you guys get this. Yeah, this is what happened. Yes, because they do that. Yes. Bones. They're just bones of Dimetrons. You see piles of Dimetron bones just all along this area.
Now are
They
they
appear to have been picked clean to the bone. And you see piles of dirt mounds all around them. Just dirt mounds. Fresh dirt. Looks like it had been turned up recently. You can't obviously go into the dirt mound because it's the eye. But, dirt mounds. And every once in a while when your eye gets close to one of the dirt mounds, the dirt mound kind of moves just a tiny bit. Like it shifts. It took a little bit for you to detect it. Just shifts. So that would be probably about from where the statue is. The statue to the edge of the water is probably about 30 yards, and from the water to the where these dirt mounds are is about another probably 80 yards. And it's kind of more over and then up because as it starts to go up towards. There's a slight incline until you eventually hit mountains, which is like a football field away from that.
Something killed all those dinosaurs that were there before. But I didn't really see much of note otherwise. There's big piles that there's a little bit of shifting, but nothing that really stuck out.
Just piles of dirt near the bones. Several different piles of dirt. And they're large piles.
So we can attempt to go get it, but something around there did kill them and bother to put them into piles, so keep your guards up.
And we don't hear any birds or any animal life at all, really.
The captain claims to have seen fish, but roll me another perception check.
19.
Okay, another intelligence check.
23.
With all this new information, yeah. No birds. He says he saw fish and stuff in there, but nothing on the land. On that side of the river. You haven't seen birds all day. And it really pings you because fucking seagulls everywhere. Not a seagull in sight.
is there any meat left on the bones of the skeletons?
Oh, they were clean. Nearly immaculate.
You don't even hear any like cicadas or insect life buzzing in the background.
Rolling a perception check.
It's 22.
No. Nothing. Maybe they hibernate in the fall in this tropical paradise.
Yeah.
As long as we don't hear any bird sound.
We should hear some sounds though. We're in the jungle and it's way too quiet.
You are like 500 yards up. Maybe you just need to get closer.
Oh, sorry, just by the way, on that long rest, I switched my mask back out for the teleport home.
Oh, okay.
Can we ask Mikob if he's ever experienced anything like this before?
He's right here. You can talk to him.
Mikob! What did he say?
He's like, I don't know. I mean, there are animals everywhere. But
Not here.
I mean, they don't hibernate ever. That
Do you
doesn't
even know
happen
what
in the
hibernation
jungle.
is?
So they're not hibernating. There's supposed to be stuff here.
What might be the natural predator of the Dimetron? Do you know?
A bigger Dimetron? I mean, everything eats everything out here.
Okay.
I mean, this is an island full of the biggest,
relate
strangest, craziest creatures in all the land. At least in my opinion. I mean, because my home is cool.
By the way, how big was the statue? Like, would it fit within like a 10-foot cube or bigger?
Yes, it would. It would. It's basically about man size.
Okay.
It is a man-sized bat statue, made of gold.
Golden man bat.
Look like that thing in the first dungeon we entered in or first lair we entered in the prison. There's that thing, the man bat was
Yes.
way up there and ate something.
Now that you mention that, yes, it does.
Oh, that's...
It looks just like it, just smaller.
Or the runes on it weren't anything, so it's probably not actually an idol to any type of god.
So,
Just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna cast Mind Blank on myself. Just to have that up for 24 hours.
okay. You burn the spell.
What does that do?
Basically, protects me from divination spells, a charm condition, anything that would affect my mind or corrupt my thoughts or possibly try to affect my perception
Or scry on you.
or scrying. Just in case.
Still, beautiful, scenic looking, though. I mean, this place is great. Get vacation here. Maybe give cruises. What are you guys doing? It is now, I would say, after all that investigation, because it took the full time of your spell, 8, 9, 10, it's about 11 o'clock now. Getting close to lunchtime.
Might it be worth it to visit Mikop's home again just to make sure it's still there? And see if there's any life on land around here.
Because so far the only thing we have seen is a skeleton dragon.
Yes.
It was that earthquake that Pradis had mentioned. And then
Yes, and Berselius getting that Tarrasque body, who knows what effect that might have had on the island. Oh yes, and that thing that we accidentally set loose from that crashed ship. I think before we seek any other treasures, we should find any kind of life first. Otherwise, the island might be far more dangerous than it was before.
So mark it on the map and come back.
I mean, if you want to try to extract the statue, we can try to hoist that up if you want.
Getting it away isn't the problem. I can teleport that anywhere and send it back to Smoot's Keep, that size, if I can just get down to touch it.
We got a rope long enough.
I've got like 32 feet.
32 feet, only 470 more to go.
468.
Let's see, you've got Featherfall, so if we jump off together, we'll get down, I'll touch the statue.
What's that, Captain? I can't hear you from the crow's nest up here.
Get your own way down.
Just Featherfall down here.
Snoot starts climbing the rigging, heading right for you.
Ask for retreat.
Okay.
Assad gotten so good at it, he keeps me on my toes.
My helmet's definitely charged at this point. I've got 3 charges, so I can easily spend 1 to send it somewhere and then take us back up to the ship.
It does have to be equipped and attuned to regain charges. How long have you had it attuned? You've had it attuned at least a day, right?
Yes.
Okay, so roll me a d4. Or a D6 half.
Now, I
believe
have
is what
D3.
Is it a d4 or is it a d3?
It has
for
2
the-
charges.
Okay. Is it d4 to recharge?
It's a
or
D3.
Okay, so it is d3.
I have a D3.
So you have 2 charges so far. Okay. So, hey, you guys tell me what you're doing. I'm just sitting here like do 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 do. I'll be Mika.
So, Decatur, you want to come take a look around?
Maybe have the ship go down to like 100 feet, and then we can drop ropes.
Yeah, we'll descend a bit closer and see if anything changes. We'll go down to 100 feet. I like that.
Can probably walk on the land fine. We were on the swamps earlier.
The statue is underwater mostly, correct?
Yeah, only the very top of the head, like this part of the skull. That's why it was so hard to see because you guys were looking at beach. It wasn't a beach. The river has swelled and it's overtaken that area.
Where was the other bat statue?
It wasn't a statue. There was a big bat like that in the first floor that we started, when the bottom of Sesiva's dungeon that we
Yeah,
started
ate
in.
that guy.
Oh,
I snuck
right.
past it, but
Yeah.
Had wings like razors. So, okay. So your plan is to...
I'm gonna get down there and I'm gonna send it off to Smoot's Castle.
How are you getting down there?
Preemptively, I'm gonna cast water breathing on everyone just in case.
Okay.
They saw the potential going to the ground people.
Everyone gets water breathing. Sounds good. And you then...
We have a regular ass dinghy. Can we just lower that into the water and row over to the statue?
It is a running river, so keep that in mind.
Just get us over the beach, and we'll lower down to the beach.
Just gonna drop some ropes and lower yourselves down onto the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
What
far
can go
away
wrong?
from the Demetriton? You got about 30 or 40 yards, so you start hitting the first of those skeletons.
Like right at the water's edge.
Water's edge.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm trying to be pretty close
The
to the statue.
statue's about 30 yards into the water. Okay. Everyone, no climb checks necessary. You're all experienced at hoisting and lifting and being on a ship.
Climbing gear.
And you have climbing gear, right? Yeah,
Staying near Decatur just
you
in case.
lower yourselves down and your feet touch the soft dirt and sand. This is the part where it stops being sand and it starts going into the mountains, but there's still sand there. So you hear your feet touch and you kind of sink in just a tiny bit, and it's just like, okay, it's a little soft. And okay, you guys are 30 yards away from the statue.
I can't tell if you're overreacting or if you honestly just thought of something terrifying.
Yeah, sand.
Yeah.
What wants to kill me?
Was it sand everywhere?
Yeah, it was sand everywhere.
Oh, I thought it was just the Blade Desert.
Earth.
Oh.
Anywhere where there's sand.
Oh.
Isn't that right?
Oh.
Yes,
Okay,
it is
so
right.
we'll scoot over and put him in the water.
As soon as your feet touch the sand, the realization comes to you. And you're like, fuck. You're just
hanging there.
Literally like you spread out your legs like you're a cat. You like hold yourself with a rope and you're just like shaking your feet.
Stamp out your wings and flap back up.
Okay. So
Go.
roll me a strength check.
Must have missed that
Anywhere,
part.
that's a hassle. Yeah, I definitely thought it was the
17.
Blade Desert. That's so.
Okay.
Was it only you he was pissed at?
I mean, yeah.
Him in particular. He may not remember the rest of us as well.
I mean, I'm technically family. He might like me slightly more.
You're able to pull yourself back up. You get about halfway back up, and you're kind of just holding yourself there. Do you want to continue going back up, or you just kind of want to hold yourself?
I'm just gonna stay right there.
Okay, just hanging out.
If there would happen to be something that happens, I'll jump down.
Wait, while you're there, the rope's kind of doing this a little bit, and your body's kind of just doing a little occasional twisting.
Wait, I'll come back around.
It's okay, miss. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, it's because it's rope. Rope does that when it's free hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So the rest of you touch sand and dirt, and you're right at the bank of the river. The statue is 30 feet away from you. Little minnow just kind of bounces against your foot back in the water.
Well, I'll go swimming for it. In the meantime, I got swim speed.
Okay, you dive into the water. It's cool. It's refreshing. It's fresh water. It rushes over your scales. A fresh bath. You swim very quickly, passing the occasional fish or what it was probably a petrified bush, right? That's now just underneath water because the water has swelled. As you swim, you pass a Dimetrodon skeleton that was in the sand. And you make it to the statue. The base of the statue is a bunch of old hatched, broken up eggs, and a couple that are whole. Just at the base of it, looks like this was probably a Dimetrodon nest that was at the base of this statue. And the water maybe swelled too quickly for the Dimetrodon to get their eggs back. Roll me an investigation.
18.
18. Interesting thing about the eggs is the broken ones don't look like they hatched. They look like they're pockmarked. Pockmarked. Kind of like a, it's that little ball with the holes in it that you hit with like a wiffle bat.
Wiffle ball.
Yeah, like kind of like wiffle balls. Like they just had holes bored into them and the insides were cleaned out. Maybe the fish did it. And the statue is just right there. It is big. It's very heavy. So what do you do?
I should probably paranoid. I'm gonna go back for a moment before I send it off.
The water at this point is about neck deep. To give you
that's right. I don't have
reference.
to be.
That's why you can see it, but like you yourself can just pop up and like, hey guys.
Like a crocodile, just popping up.
Well, before I send this away, since nothing terrible has happened yet, do you mind detecting like magic around it or some sort of curse or something on this thing?
Yeah, I can do that.
I'm going to send 2 curse of an object back to your tower. Unless you'd rather I send it somewhere else. But
Even
my
better, I
options are
can,
limited.
as Master Arcanist, I can do Identify super quick.
That is a touch. It's a touch, right?
Yes, that is a touch.
I can help you swim out there.
How about,
I do have right of swimming, thank you.
Oh, well then, good.
we could send it
I'm not going out by myself.
send it
Also,
to
you
my,
do want me to help you.
Just be on hand.
send it to my family's house.
They used to fucked up.
Don't have a thing from there.
A thing?
Something that will guarantee it'll get there. Versus I have a piece of your keep.
No.
I mean, I guess I could send it back to my family's house. Who knows what they'll do.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay. So what are you guys doing?
Can we send it to Miko's village? We can pick it up later.
Still the same problems. I don't have an item that has its bit there, so it might get there.
You have got Miko.
Let's identify this first before we
As
decide
much
on
as
where
I
to
do
send
view
it.
him as an object, I don't think he counts.
I'm sure Miko has something from his village.
Let's see what the.
Actually, do you have something from your family's home?
Me?
You'd have to ask Mikab. He's back on the ship.
Rather, an associated object, specifically. Let's try Mofish climbing up and ask him.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And if
But-
he has one to come to fly on
He
down
can
with
fly,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally.
he can. You're
Yeah.
just a little ways away.
Okay.
So you climb back up. Okay.
And I'll say, hey, Mikab, do you have anything from your village that the captain can use? And I'm just gonna turn and walk away.
Tell him to send it down.
Like he puts his hands out like and he like holds up like a piece of cloth like
Okay, so I'll see the cloth. I'm like, okay, can you take it down?
and he kind of pulls out his arms as he does he's like a flying squirrel and he just jumps off the edge and just kind of slowly glides down in a circular spiral until he just lands on probably Smoot's shoulder. And he just kind of launches there and he just goes
What?
oh sorry you can actually speak. Yeah he's like so you wanted something from my village?
Yes. This big gold idol, we want to send it there so we can pick it up later.
I mean, my mom made me this from my blanket.
Is he going to lose the item?
No.
Oh, we just
You
need it
mean
for
like-
reference.
I just need its attunement, essentially.
Yeah. You're not going to lose it. Can we just borrow it for
Oh,
a
you
second?
need a piece of the. Oh, okay, no, this is. You pull out this.
Okay, that works. Give it to the captain.
This is it's
Stick.
my staff. It's made from the wood of the tree that. He gives you his staff. It's made from the wood of the tree that my home is on.
Okay, give it to the captain.
I don't trust the captain.
I'll guarantee your safety.
All right, fine. Watch him.
Yes, I always do.
He'll fly out there. As he flies out there, he kind of like does a spiral around you. Eventually, just kind of drops the stick.
I mean, I'll try to catch it.
Oh, he's trying to hit you. Does a 19 hit?
Yeah, I got 18. Funk, and I'm- yeah.
Take fucking 2 damage.
I'm gonna eat this fucker for breakfast.
As he's going around just flying, and all of a sudden he's like a fucking spear. It's like, it hits you, but you're wearing like your helmet of teleportation, so it just hits the metal helmet and ding, and just hits the water. And you can easily grab it.
I see this, I yell at the captain.
Stream of Quicksilver
Reap what you sow!
And Mikab makes the very long journey, kind of like back.
Hi.
It isn't long, but for Mikab, it's like he's gliding against the wind at this point. So he's trying to find the air currents to eventually get there. He makes a couple swings,
I can teleport
making
him
a
back.
large bank, and eventually he's able to
Somewhere.
get to one of the ropes and he just like a fucking squirrel up a tree, just. Because he can
Sign
climb.
says New Hope. This doesn't look like Smoot's Keep.
Okay, you've got a piece of the tree in which his home resides.
All right, use that as my focus essentially for it,
Okay.
and touch this. We still have. Did anyone actually want to check on this thing?
Yeah,
Chris,
let's see if we can. Let's find out some more about it before we send it willy nilly.
So you wade.
If it's bad, I don't mind sending it to Meerkat Village. It's
I
not the worst option.
I do, Captain. I do.
So if it's bad, he's got to touch it.
So you wade out there.
Yeah, I have arena swimming, so I can swim up to the
Oh yeah.
captain.
Fucking you get there. You get
Yeah.
there. You can touch the statue.
I do.
Okay. You identify it. Gives you its properties. It is a golden statue. It weighs about 350 pounds. No, sorry, it's man size. It weighs 800 pounds. It is not 100% gold, but the outermost layer is gold, and the innermost layer is meteorite.
Ooh.
Does it have any
And
magical
the
properties?
innermost layer is bone.
Whoa.
I didn't save it.
There is bone inside of this statue, which is covered by meteorite, which is then covered by gold. What?
You idled out, basically.
Oh, here, just click on Zoom. Just go to My Meetings.
Where at?
Can't just get off that screen. You're trying to join a meeting, but you're hosting the meeting. So go ahead and close that. Okay, over to your right, My Meetings, or whatever that is. To
If it's there.
click on Zoom. Click on Zoom to the left. Great. Like My Account.
Host a meeting.
No.
My account.
My
Next
account.
to
My
that.
account. You go to My Account. You go to My Meetings. You go to My Meetings.
Goblet sword.
To the left, Meetings. There you go. And there you go. And start. Or yeah. And then use the opener. And then it'll open within a second. Okay. But you'll probably have to join with audio. Then you can just expand that and turn on the camera. Okay. So you learn that the innermost parts of it is made of bone. The meteorite covers that, and then gold covers that.
Does it have any magical properties at all, or is it just material?
It has a slight magical property. It's not quite magic, but it gives off a magical resonance. Much like adamantine would, or something like that. A slightly magic like radioactive material, right? It just gives off, that's probably the wrong word and the right word. It gives off a magical resonance, which seems to be buffered by the gold. The gold itself seems to be containing the magical resonance of whatever is inside, be it the meteorite or the bone.
Maybe we should send it to your house.
Kind of like a magic wand. It's magical, but it's not actively magic. It just has that.
There's
That sort of.
there's something inside that's magical. The gold just seems to be acting as a buffer. But
Like
you know
lead
that the
for
innermost
radioactive materials.
But you know the innermost is some kind of meteorite, because your identify tells you properties, and the innermost inner is bone, like a layered cake.
Is it sealing it in?
It doesn't appear dangerous, Captain. It's not entirely gold, though. There is something inside. Some sort of meteorite and the remains of something. Can't tell what. There's a magical aura about it, but it's not especially strong, so it shouldn't be dangerous to teleport anywhere.
Alright, well, if it passes for you, I'll touch it and send it off to Meekob's village.
Meekob's village. Okay. Roll me percentile.
Teleport's 2 feet above our heads.
10.
Is 10 bad or good?
I mean, on the teleport table, since I have an associated object, it should be a fine.
Oh,
It says 1 to 100 if you have the associated object.
look at one thing.
That's why I've been slowly amassing my bag of various items. This one sends us here. This one takes us
Totally not becoming a hoarder. That's not the reason.
Random rocks from various
He's
books
got a
from
bag
various
full of
places.
spoons. From all the
Shot
places he's
glass,
been.
taverns, you know.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay. The shot glass is from the tavern in Rokugan. In
It's gone.
Joso.
Cool. And the staff stays with you, or
Yeah, staff stays with
staff
me.
stays with
Yeah.
you. Okay. Cool.
At least it doesn't say it's consumed at all, so.
No. It's probably not. That's fine. You just need the object. Okay. Cool. You guys now are the proud owners of that thing.
Sort of. Makeout's people are probably a little surprised.
Mekom's mother is probably underneath a tree, like, oh yeah, you know, I just my garden. All of a sudden, it's like some weird horror show splash. And it's down all over the place.
No, it's like Hot Fuzz, that guy by the church.
Oh, yeah.
Just
We get back and they're worshiping this thing.
Hey, so we sent your god here, now we're taking it away.
It just showed up like magic, so we assumed we were supposed to worship it.
It murdered 3 of us, mostly children.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Mika made sure I could send it here successfully, so if you don't blame anyone.
Right. At least
So Mekom's the bishop.
Hey, 2 or 3 of those murders completely on him. Okay, so you guys have the statue. You guys are sitting on the bank. You guys have probably been doing this for about 15 minutes.
Well, let's climb back up to the ship.
Yeah, Tauntaun.
God, goblins are attacking.
You know,
I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
you're still on the bank.
Yeah.
Roll me a perception check. This is hearing based, if that matters. For some people, it does.
Perception. 5.
Man, this place is fucking great. I mean, nice, cool breeze from the river, right? You almost want to like grab a fishing pole and just go fishing. You know, you're almost seeing the fish skip in the water.
It's been so long, we're actually nostalgic for this.
In the water?
Isle of Dread, so homely.
It's new. The water's hot.
Why did we ever leave? It was so fun.
They'll
Trekking for
press
days to
and
cover
jump
a
up
few
and down.
scant miles when we were level 5.
Is that normal?
I mean, the river seems pretty full.
There's so many
but
less Eldritch Horrors.
there's a lot of fish.
Oh, wait, no, there's a lot here.
Hey, what's
Full
up?
river.
What's upstream from here?
Go upstream enough, and
The plateau,
eventually you'll
eventually.
reach the plateau.
Eventually, yeah, the plateau, which you can't see from here. There's-
Right.
Yeah.
It's a ways away.
I'm just
even
wondering
flying.
about the water source of this water.
You guys know that there is a lake on the top of the plateau. Because that evil temple was on an island in that lake, and there was a human village that was outside of it that you guys had learned about.
I don't remember an evil temple.
So
I had described it. You guys just never went there.
Okay, I was like, on the
Okay.
plateau, I don't remember going to one. There's definitely other
Like,
places.
not the same.
You guys, yeah, you
Okay,
guys did,
okay.
yeah.
How's about going to an evil temple?
Went so well last time.
Yeah.
Before we go anywhere else, and probably should have done this before we teleported, I'd like to send a message to the elder of Mikob's village.
Hey, by the way, you may have noticed.
Yes.
Please hold for us.
Want to burn the spell?
Yep.
Cool. What do you say?
I will burn it down to say, greetings. This is the crew that Mikob befriended. It has been some time. We have returned to the island. Or, no, that's one word, not two words.
Nope, you made it too.
They can't understand you.
No, it's one word. He made it too.
It's ascending. They understand my meeting, Bricks and Bricks.
Oh, that's cool.
Also, shit, I'm speaking English. God damn it!
We have sent a gift.
Whoa, whoa.
Okay. Does sending bypass language barriers?
It should. Let me double check. Look at the text here. Yeah. The spell enables creatures with intelligence scores of at least 1 to understand the meaning of your message.
Okay. Okay. Of at least 1. All right. Okay.
That's you dead if you don't have a 1. Like brain dead.
This is what you hear back. You hear squiggling, you hear reeling, you hear.
The gag's face goes white.
It was a good choice of words.
Captain, perhaps we should have sent it elsewhere. Where's Meat Cobb? Is he far away from me? Is he over by Smoot?
Oh yeah, he's all the way up there. You're the only
He
one
went
that
back.
heard this in your brain.
Okay. I think something happened to Meat Cobb's village. I tried to contact their elder and I got a response. It was not an intelligible response, and it did not sound like a Phantom.
That means they won't be able to take him back.
Sometimes I forget that you're evil. I'm like, oh yeah.
Hey, I'm trying to send him back home, so Smoot will be so upset if I eat him. So that's really choice number 1.
Now you can send him back home and have him get eaten.
That's perfect.
So we should probably go there, for one, to recover the statue you just teleported, Captain, and to ascertain what fate has befallen these poor Phanatons.
Yeah, you're right.
Who's up for murdering some zombie fucking flying squirrels?
It'll be less fun than it would have been.
I wanted to do it just because, damn it.
I was just about to think, oh, Reyna's having a positive effect on the Captain, but no, he's still the same. Okay.
Plus side is though. Makeup will get to see whatever's happened. All right.
Yes.
No, we should probably let them know. Was that out loud? No, we should go back.
Let's,
Yes.
I don't know if
Let's
we
return to the
should,
ship before anything bad happens here. Oh, by the way, those eggs, I want to grab a couple of them too. The ones that weren't broken.
Okay, so you reach your hand in and grab a couple eggs.
Yes. What? A egg?
Okay. Do you want to grab one of the whole ones, or
A whole egg, yes.
or one of the ones that's like pockmarked?
No.
A whole egg.
Yes.
Sure. You grab a whole egg. You pull it up, and it's mostly you grab one of them. Roll me an investigation check for it.
The top opens up like a flower.
And it reveals your worst nightmares. 10 investigation.
An investigation. Yeah, it takes you a while to find one, but you find as you reach in and you grab the whole eggs. The whole eggs, even themselves, are also empty. They just have a single hole in them,
Oh,
but they've been cored out.
that's disappointing.
And they're just, as you pick it up, you're like, I got a full one. It just like spurts out water out of the side. It's like, fuck.
It's gonna be my meal later. Fine, okay. Well, that's disappointing. Break it open? Rest of the way just to make sure there's nothing in it.
Okay, you want to hold it in your hands and crack it open?
I don't like the way you phrase that, but yes.
Towards you or away from you?
Towards you. Definitely away from me.
Okay. You crack it open. And as you do, it's like this brown goo just kind of leaks out and begins to just pool into the river water and wash away. It's just this blackish muck sludge, and it smells like shit.
Ooh,
It's
shit's
just
in an egg.
terrible. As you open up and you look at the inside of the egg, not only was it cored, but there seems to be like some, it's like tendril carve marks on the inside.
Just great.
Yeah, just like the inside is cleanly been cored out, but it's like somebody took like
Does it remind me of
a
like?
very small like ice cream scooper, and you want to run it across ice cream. It leaves like a little, but very small. one.
So like some of those people we've seen with stitches, you know, or later, like aboleth, people who've had aboleths in their head that if, you know, we found the corpses of nice and smoothly
Actually,
cleaned out like that.
Very similar, yeah. Good. Like a worm is just burrowed around and cleaned out the inside, scraped inside its egg, left not even a black muck inside.
Great, let's go back on the ship and get out of here as soon as possible.
Yes. Do we have to find a dragon on this island, Captain? Can we not find a dragon somewhere else?
Well, they
maybe?
frown upon it. Killing one in Rokugan's a whole entire issue. I really think Strom will be extra opposed, to be
I
honest.
mean, I'm up for round 2 with Provaxis. I think we can take him. Let's look at him.
Okay. So you guys get back on the ship. Okay. Yeah, you guys get back on the ship, and let's take a.
Smoot,
Let's take a. Oh, so go ahead and finish up this, and then we'll take a quick.
based on what was on that egg, would you detect evil or aberrations or something, just to make sure, hopefully there's not one of them clinging to myself or to Kadik or
Sure.
any of us who got out?
Anybody infected?
For sure. Ah!
Don't sense anything.
It's like one of those moments where you look like I don't see anything, and you gotta walk away, and you've got like leeches all over your back.
Tick hanging from your earlobe.
Okay. Let's take a like a 5-6 minute break. Use the bathroom. All that good stuff. I'm gonna turn on the slideshow and turn on the copyright-free background music. Copyright-free.
Down to the water's edge.
And I will turn off the music. Turning off the. Turn back on the audio there. I'm going to turn off the slideshow music in the slideshow. And we'll be right back, son. There we go. Okay. Believe we have a quorum. You find yourselves on the deck of the Nostromo after moving the golden statue much farther to the east. So, what do you do now?
Oh, guess we make Mikab's village. Now that that's come up.
Yeah. Fly the ship overland to.
Do you need to charge it?
Should still. He was only flying for a day, right?
Yeah, you're down one charge. You'd have to put another, but you have 3 charges, so.
We have the 2 crew members at least. You
Yeah.
can charge it also.
Yeah. So yeah, we can fly overland for quite a while.
Okay. So you guys are in Area 37, so you're going to head southeast to the Phantom Village. It is actually, from here, it's up the mountain, up and then down the mountains, because there's a mountain range splitting you guys from it. But if you fly, it's about an hour away.
Okay, before we go, I'm going to do a scry on it in the crystal ball. Take a look, see what we see. At least try to scry.
Okay. You're scrying on the statue?
Yeah, actually.
Okay.
I know where that.
Cool.
More recently familiar with that. All the other phantoms basically look the same.
Or the Phantom Village. Like, whatever you want
Yeah,
to look at.
scry on the statue. You're going to get a 10 feet area around it. See if...
You pull out your crystal. You don't have to be attuned to the crystal ball.
No, that's just... Yeah.
It's an attunement? Okay.
Mine isn't like the special crystal ball that has stuff. It's just literally a crystal ball for viewing purposes.
Oh, you have to burn the scry spell.
Right.
Okay.
I'll short rest on the way there and get it back, so it'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's an hour. You can do it. You burn the spell slot and you scry on the statue. Statue obviously has no resistance. Actually,
It might.
Made if there's got bones in there, there's someone in there who doesn't want to be screwed on.
actually, you are right. He's sleeping. So. Okay.
Angry bones.
What's your DC?
18, 7. I think it's 18. I put that away. Fool.
It's more than 15, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you scry on the statue. The statue appears to be at the foot of a large tree. You see what appears to be a rope ladder that is hanging down. Roll me an investigation check, because I believe you get, basically I give you about a fireball distance, so 30 yards.
I think it's only 10 feet. I'll double check, but I don't
Yeah.
think it's even that big. Spells. Scry. Scry. 5th.
I can pull up the spell too.
Yeah. Invisible feet within 10 feet. Sensor moves with. I guess I don't see exactly how far it sees. I think it's just 10 feet.
Sensor within 10 feet of your target. You can see and hear the sensor as if you were there. So, 10 feet of the target, and you can see
through it
and
as
hear
if I were there.
as if you were there, kind of in place,
Yeah.
and you're stuck within 10 feet of your target. So you are at the foot of a great tree, as you're kind of sitting there, and it's like you're there, right? You're kind of walking around. You're stuck within 10 feet of wherever you're anchored, and that's that
Yeah.
statue. You kind of turn around, you look, Roll me an what is your goal? Is it to investigate the area, or is it to see what you perceive? Both give you different information. One's more deductive, the other one is just...
The first one is generally just looking. I'm mostly just looking around to see. I mean, like he said, something's going on. Are they doing something weird? Otherwise,
Okay. Roll me a perception check first, right? General sensory, you're there.
more
And
obvious out of place stuff than like deep
Yeah.
investigation.
Based on the perception, we'll roll an investigation.
23. 22,
23.
sorry.
It is for the heart of the jungle. In a Phantom village, it is as quiet as the grave. You hear wind rustle. You hear trees sway and move. Normally you never could. There's other things covering up such sounds. No birds, no bugs, no sounds of phantoms playing drums. You don't hear the majestic cry of the plesiosaurs.
Do I see
No.
any phantoms?
You are below the village right now. They are in a tree village. You kind of look up. You don't see any on the rope bridges. The village is there. You see it from the bottom, right? It's there. You don't see anyone from where you are, but maybe you have a bad angle. Roll me an investigation check. My two ones.
19.
19. Once again, the angle is terrible to be able to truly tell if anyone was up there, because before you didn't see any before during the pterodactyl attacks, but you saw the pterodactyls and obviously like the T-Rex down there, right? Because it's just the angle. But 19 investigation is really good. On the ground, you see, not far from you, 15, 20 piles of soft, rolled dirt. Smaller piles than before. And they're scattered along the ground, along the base of the tree, pockmarking the ground with these lumps of rolled, fresh dirt. That occasionally, you swear you thought you saw one, just the dirt piles shifting a bit.
Well, if you guys are right, you can see it too. That's why it's a crystal ball, so everyone else can see. So,
Does Meekob see?
See with us.
I assume you're probably keeping him out of the loop on this one.
For now, yeah, I wouldn't let him see this. Well, don't see any bones. That's a good sign.
just like the beach. The bones are probably up in the village? No, they were in a pile before. Did the Apolis clear out the entire, or Apolis and Mind Flayers, did they clear out the entire island?
But we know the Elder is still around.
I
Or something that is possessing the Elder.
I made a call to the Elder and something picked up the line. Did not sound like the Elder at all.
What did it sound like?
It sounded like blah, 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 like some very creepy, monster-y.
Abelethy.
I mean, Aboleths generally communicate telepathically. They don't speak so much, and they can be understood. I don't understand what this was, though. What are these mounds of dirt? Like, they're just mounds. They're not like holes like dug out with like the piles. They're just mounds of dirt.
Like somebody had piled dirt on the ground and it had been churned. Like, imagine I dig a hole, and then I churn the dirt, and now you can see grass and then a pile of dirt. But it's like a lump in the ground, like flat pile of dirt. It's freshly churned. Like you just took a shovel and just churned some dirt.
Somebody take a run, turn it Albuquerque. Thank you for getting that.
Well, I mean,
I don't know the slightest idea what to make of this.
we only have. The only other option we have would be to go there.
As much as I don't want to, we should probably try to see what's in one of those piles.
And we could at least approach from the air and maybe drop down to the village in the trees, see if there are any survivors. At least to stay away from whatever's on the ground. Why do I get the feeling that like the ground is going to swallow us at any point? We were just walking around willy-nilly earlier in the tar pits, like, oh, nothing wrong here. Nothing else to retrieve that statue. I would think you would want to at least recover that, Captain.
Yes, we'll definitely do that. Can I choose effectively a new scry location from where I can see currently for my scry?
You're anchored to that point. You have to recast this.
Right. If I cast it again, though, like I can see that spot. I want to scry. Put a new one there.
Anything you could see, you could foreseeably shoot it over there.
Okay. Put it up on like on a rope bridge or something, so that way I can see in the village.
You want to be on the rope bridge between two different things, or do you
Yes.
want to try to set it at like the lip of a bridge?
Oh yeah, lip would be better.
Okay. Because imagine literally like there's two giant trees. There's these things built around them, right? These giant kind of like flat stands.
Ewok village.
Yeah, it's like an Ewok village, right?
Set, yeah.
But not an Ewok village, all right? Fuck you, Lucas.
Legally distinct.
Legally distinct. This is a
They're
Amazon
flying squirrels,
village.
not
Yes.
not cute
Not-
teddy bears,
yeah, not
not
teddy
monstrous teddy bears.
Right.
Carnivorous teddy.
Yeah, the Phantons eat vegetables. Those Ewoks, they're fucking flesh eaters. Alive.
I think they got those helmets from.
Yeah. Okay. You the left one or the right one? Let me grab the area 10.
I probably don't have a great memory at this point of what it would have been, but preferably closer to wherever I sort of think the Chief's village might, or Chief's
There
section
are
might have been.
3 large platforms with rope bridges going back and forth from each one and vines. So choose 1, 2, or 3.
3.
Okay, so A3.
Yeah, 3.
Oh wait, no. There's more. There's 1, 2,
I
3,
chose
4,
3.
5, 6. There are 6 platforms. I'm sorry, 6 platforms. Okay, you chose 3. That would be PH3.
Seriously, 3.
Okay.
Roll the D3, got a 3. Roll the D6, got a 3.
You send your vision there at the edge of that rope bridge and where the lip meets on that upper platform. The platform is triangular in shape. There are 3 large huts here, and there appears to be there is a central kind of fire pit. The fire in it appears to long. Well, actually, roll me a perception check and then investigation. I'll give you details based on that.
21 perception,
Okay.
6 investigation.
Okay. So it's going to take you longer than it did before, but you still will succeed. This is more how long it takes you to see. With your perception, you can see good angles, and you're able to move it in such a way to get a good look from like the top of the triangle, right, the tip, over. There's a building to your right, left, and forward. The hut doors are closed on 2 of them and open on 1. And you turn around, and you're able to see from turning around on the rope bridge, you can look in 360 degrees. There's the main area, and the main central area you remember being in. And there are some buildings that are in the way that are built on this flat structure. You don't see a phantom in sight. And you're able to see inside some structures, but you're not able to actually look. You get like an angle of it and you kind of move around. There's belongings. There's food. Remnants of clothes are on the ground every once in a while. But no, just like somebody had like come out and like maybe drop something, right? A basket on the ground. But people's stuff is still here. Their things are still here. That, as you kind of look, there's still slop that's in a giant cauldron where the fire has gone cold in a kind of like a central area. Like maybe somebody was cooking something. They didn't clean out the pot. Stuff's still in there. No bugs flying around it, though. It's definitely rotten. Not a phantom in sight, but as if they were there.
No skeletons that I see?
Not a single skeleton. Nor a sign of struggle or battle, from what you can see. There are some other larger structures at the distance.
While you're looking, or I guess while I'm also watching the ball, and I'd like to send another message just to see if that causes any reaction in the village.
Okay. To
the elder again.
Okay. What do you say?
Sorry, I didn't catch that last message. Could you repeat it?
Whoever you are, whatever you have done here, you have made an enemy of us. Come out and show yourselves, that we may discuss this.
Okay. Much like before, you hear a response. Roll me an intelligence check.
$21.
The response that you're getting does not feel in your mind that this is structured language. And the more you hear it, the less you think it is somebody trying to say something, but more like some kind of response to sound. Like it hears something nearby.
Like less a person, more like an animal, like a dog barking at a sound it hears.
Maybe. Roll me a... That was a pretty good intelligence check. Roll me a charisma check. You're briefly touching something's mind.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
For a 21 total.
Do you want it to be good as you resist, or good as in you find something out, but it may have a lingering effect?
I mean, I did cast Mind Blank on myself earlier.
Oh, you did. Never mind. Never mind. You want to do it. You don't have to worry about that then.
Sweet.
You roll a natural 20. You feel something, but it's more like your mind blank protects you. Okay. That's what you get. So, what do you do?
We see in the glow, like, any reaction at all, like anything in the village disturbing, any movement.
No movement. No movement from where you are. On top of the village, looking within the village. On top meaning like above the tree line.
Yeah.
Well, pretty much in the tree line, but it's like in the middle area, but still, you know what I mean.
One thing's for sure, we're not bringing the ship down to land.
Yeah. I mean, this would be. If we want to figure out what happened here, be it easier to investigate here than investigating wildlife where it should be.
Weren't there human tribes further south? There's like a big wall across the island.
Yes. Down almost just not far from the Isle of Farshore where we first landed.
Maybe we should take a look and see what's going on down there too.
Yeah, maybe do a sweep just to see if we see any sign of any life anywhere.
How bad it is. How far. How wide.
Because we didn't see. I have King Mind, so do we see anything like these mounds of dirt or anything when we were exploring the swamp lands by the skeleton dragon?
Intelligence, but you get the +4 to it. Intelligence check, but you get the +4. And you get something no matter what.
Thank God I'm gonna need it. It'd be a total of 18.
This Decadic goes into his mind palace, swimming through your memory. Because you guys dropped yourselves off in the thick of the tar swamps. And you weren't really outside at that point before then, because you were just kind of getting met. You were getting prepared for battle. You were getting all your spell books together. You were studying about this dragon inside. But what you do remember when you were in the swamps, not a single mound in the swamps, but the swamps were covered in this swamp tar and swamp water. You know, if there was a mound, it would have to be under the water. You know, or on solid stone. Because the swamps are swamps. There's maybe like occasionally like it's like a bog. You can occasionally get from like mound to mound area, but it's always like separated by like another thing of like tar. It just kind of flows through it, kind of like a spider's web.
Hidden paths to the mist.
But yeah, nothing there. And then you took off from there, and you wouldn't have seen any mounds because you were 5,000 feet up.
Yeah.
And you only really started seeing the mounds once you guys got down there and you actually got to an area where there was dirt and you could actually see them. Because who looks for piles of dirt? But now you're more aware of looking for mounds.
So we were at Karain not that long ago, so we know that island off the shore is okay still.
Most likely.
Do you guys scry on something else?
I can spend one more before I need to take a nap.
Fucking warlock. I gotta take a nap, you poo.
Man, didn't really make a whole lot of friends on the.
Look, it's pretty exhausting to draw powers from
I mean,
other things.
only things I could think of would be maybe the Rakasta if they're still around.
Who would you scry on? Would you scry on the village?
I have a tougher time on some of those. My memory is not nearly as strong as yours, Decadic.
Would you scry on a specific Rakasta that you remember?
The only specific one I remember is the Mummy Lord.
He probably has a really good will save.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Yeah.
It's too bad Pradis isn't still around and kicking on the island.
Well, he's around. In the air.
Yeah.
So, you know.
He's touched so many of us and he touches us still.
I'm sure there's molecules of him flying around.
The only one someone I think I would remember very well at all.
Because it could be a location as well.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Trying to think of where all we've been and where it might be useful to scry. Because there's the ship on the plateau. I don't know if anything would have gone back up there if the thing that came out of there was responsible for this.
Sure, I'd likely have no interest in returning back to where it had been for however long.
There's that lizard village, the lizard folk village up at the northern bay. We weren't there. Technically, we just met the inhabitants outside of their village.
There's one other person we could consult. Who was the guy in the suspended animation?
The Mummy Lord?
No. On the island.
Mm-hmm.
We went into his tomb, and he watched us the whole way.
Yeah, the Rakasta Mummy Lord guy.
Is he a mummy lord?
Something like that.
You guys thought he was a mummy lord, but he did. Neil's actually right. He explained like it's science. These are actually wrappings that regenerate and keep me alive.
Okay, yeah.
He just looks like a goddamn mummy.
Yeah.
In
Science
fact,
mummy
it's he. Out of character, he explained nanotech technology, right, keeping him alive.
Mm.
But to you guys, I don't know, mummy lord.
Right.
But he did say, "I'm not a mummy lord."
Yeah, you mean the tomb and that
He
big
looks like a
statue
mummy.
carved in the mountain that we...
Yeah.
And isn't that what a mummy lord would tell you, right? It just makes it a Loki
Well,
account.
what if he's a nice mummy lord?
Well,
If
he did reward you guys.
Yeah.
If he's still around.
Didn't he tell us not to come back, though?
So they're summoning his army, and he was gonna go. Pretty sure he was feuding with
The eye of
Rex.
Aurelius.
Yeah,
the eye of
Aurelius.
the
There we go.
Aurelius, the eye.
I mean, I guess you could scry on the mountain he was residing in. See if that's still intact, or if...
See the mountain.
Well, we did meet him, so you could try scrying on him.
I can try. If there's someone it won't work on, it'll probably be him. But yeah, let's try it. Why not?
Derek, I know
I'll take a
nothing to
nap
go on.
afterwards.
Okay. You want to try scrying on him?
Yeah.
Sure.
Wisdom save of 18. There's no way he'll succeed.
Yeah, he'll hit that.
Hey, he might get a 2.
I'll let you choose. Blue die or red die?
Blue?
Okay.
One of them is weighted. We'll see which one.
It's a question of which way they're weighted. They're both weighted.
What's your DC?
18.
Take a look. $18.
And yep,
I rolled low, so there's a chance. 18, you say?
Yeah.
The vision in the crystal ball starts to get thrown out quite a distance. Instead of you seeing it head towards the mountain, you see the vision from the crystal ball fly out from your ship, and it goes up and up and up and up into the sky. You see it break clouds, thick, rolling clouds. Eventually, after quite a while, in a dome-like shape, the clouds break. And surrounding this dome, surrounded by clouds, high into the sky, you see... Give me a minute. Have to pull up a source because I didn't think you were gonna find this. I'm like,
A set of stairs built into the sky leading to a door.
give me a second.
In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, good night.
Yeah. There we go. I'm just looking for a map. You see a giant as your vision flies towards something, right? You see a giant floating body of rocky earth floating into the sky. at the bottom of this, you see what appears to be metal pillars shooting down through the bottom of it that seem to blink with lights through the earth at the bottom of this giant rock. And it looks like somebody literally reached their hand in and took the earth out. You see the Phantom village, or sorry, not the Phantom, the Rakasta village entirely preserved. And you see a rocky temple that appears to have been transplanted there. As you get a better look at this temple, it looks like the one you went into earlier, as if somebody took it and put it in the middle of the village. And the village is been built up a little bit more, but it is floating in the sky somewhere not too far away in a cloud cluster. And your vision flies towards that very familiar temple that you've been at before. That is in the shape of his visage. And you see a no longer mummy-wrapped Rakasta anymore, but his white fur is perfectly preserved, and he has black streaks like a Bengal tiger. His eyes, his eyes would be normal, but he is, he looks slightly emaciated still. But he has flesh. He's no longer covered up entirely with wrappings. And you recognize it to be him, and he sees the orb as it flies towards it. And he stares directly at you and your orb.
I don't know if you can see me. There was a weird sense of look of relief / confusion on my face.
You know, on the other side of this, you just see an orb, if you can see invisibility.
I'm not going to pretend I know what powers he's got.
It's true. That's true. There are other people who have weird shit. Maybe he does. And he seems to stare at it. There could be a couple Rakasta near him. They seem to have some kind of scrolls. One of them seems to have some kind of... out of character, it's a tablet. It's an interactive tablet. To you, it's like some fancy motor macon that has flashing screens and he's touching dials and like moving stuff. And there's two of them who are by them and they're talking to him, and it looks like he was talking to them, but now he's just looking at the orb. And he motions for them to leave. And you're in the middle of his private chamber. You can see the remnants of his sarcophagus, which has been cleared off and the rock has been broken off, and it's an entirely metal sarcophagus, like flashing lights on it.
Can you send him a message?
You should try.
Could. Would you like me to establish communication, Captain? He seems to see.
He sees my sensor, so there's nothing to lose. Establish relief that he's alive and see if maybe he has any idea what's happened to the island.
Alright.
Especially
I will,
if he bothered to take the whole village out. It seems like he was trying to keep it safe from something.
I will hail the other ship, Captain. I will send a message.
Raja. His name is Raja.
Raja. I will send a message to Raja. If I can. I normally just send it to whoever. I don't know if he would have any deflections.
Maybe.
Or...
What do you say?
Alright. Greetings, Lord Raja. We are the crew who encountered you in your former tomb. I pray we don't disturb you. We wonder what's happened here.
Did you say where you are, the context? You could be asking from like the other side of the world.
Was
that 25 words you used?
That was 25 words, yes.
Okay.
That was exactly, yeah. I mean, I assume he at least knows, like, he figures, like, oh, a sensor, I hear a voice in my head. Probably, you know, I guess he would know for sure where we are.
Raja says, I'm doing fine. I assume the sensor is yours, wizard? I have reclaimed my lands and made them safe. Seek me in lands unknown.
Now that narrows it down. I'll relay that to the party.
I wink out the sensor in that case, and I'll wait here, see if we're going to send you, have you send anything else or not to him, but if that's up to you, if you even have spells for it.
You're the captain. You tell me if you should keep talking to him.
Seeking in lands unknown. Well, we know he's in the clouds somewhere above us, above the island.
Somewhere. He's not telling us to stay away. And didn't seem to invite us to meet with him.
Didn't seem hostile. I'd say that's our best bet on finding out anything.
I could attempt... I have a new spell that I recently acquired that allows me to communicate with people via dreams. I could send a message to him asking if I could seek an audience with him in the dream realm as we rest tonight and have a more of a back and forth than I normally can with my abilities to find out what all has happened here.
Worth a shot. See if otherwise he can grant us some kind of guidance to where his floating city is, but we've at least got some idea of where to look.
Alright, I will send another message then.
Okay.
I'm gonna think.
Spooky.
Oh yeah, maybe it's just plumbing? I don't know. Oh god, what do I say? Okay. Thank you for the invitation. We have returned to the Isle of Dread and aren't sure where you are. Could I contact you again tonight?
Roll me an insight check.
I wonder if he sleeps.
Good question. 21.
21. As calm as his voice is, you can tell there's a small amount of panic. Avoid the middle aisle. Do not step foot on those lands. They are cursed now. Do not come to me now if you have touched your foot upon the earth.
What if one of us hasn't? The most of the crew hasn't. And I'll relay that.
Wink the sensor out.
Okay. Also, the captain gets an insight check because you were looking at him through the sensor while they were having this conversation.
12.
12. His eyes opened wide at one point while they were having the conversation, and his hand instinctively reached down to a short sword at his hip. And he kind of scanned the area around him. While he was saying that. As if he was suddenly on the defensive, he was worried about something. So,
Boy. Well, I'm going to take a nap while we think on this. I guess I don't actually have to nap. We can still discuss things. I can short rest while we're
Still on the
light
ship, right?
activity.
yeah, still in the ship.
I'm gonna cast Remove Curse on myself.
Cool. What?
Maybe it worked, maybe it did. Yeah, there was nothing.
Cast
But
remove curse
cool.
stuff. Cool.
Okay.
I'm going to take a nap, and then I'm going to at least do 3 high-powered versions and give that a go.
Yeah, you guys want to rest for an hour? Yeah, go. Everyone, roll me a d12. You guys are pretty high up in the air, and it's been about another hour. It's about I would say, with all this discussion and everything, it's about 12:30 by the time you actually take your rest. Okay, cool. No, nothing crazy happened. You successfully take a short rest, and it is now 1:30.
All right, I'm...
6 hours until sunset.
Oh, boy.
What? I'm just noting the time. What's so I'm just about just noting the time.
Oh, I guess only us 3 actually touch ground, huh?
Yeah,
Also
yeah.
shaking on
Mika
the ground.
landed on Smoot's shoulder, so yeah, weird.
Like, hey, hello. On the morning. Once I'm feeling a little bit better, I'm going to cast Glibness on myself. And I will use my next 3 charges to remove curse on all 3 of us.
Oh, sure.
It's probably nothing, but I'm not.
On who?
These 3, the 3 who touch the ground.
Okay, cool. And that gives you a static of
Minimum of 20.
20. That's really good.
So 20 for me, 21 on Decadic, and 20 on Smoot.
Okay.
Yep.
That is
And I'm going to continue resting. Well,
powerful. And you rest, so you rest for another hour.
that's what I'm going to do. Everyone else is welcome to move around and do
to
things.
1:30. Are you guys doing anything during that time?
Apart from panicking,
You do like a wizard's rest to recover some spells?
yeah, I got some spell slots back.
We should
I'm gonna stay at the helm.
Okay.
let's move our ship up into the clouds.
Up higher.
Yes.
Okay.
Where you are, there aren't clouds, but there are clouds in the distance. Towards where the plateau would maybe be.
Okay, maybe not. We'll hold off on for now, but go up a bit higher. Just
Yeah, like what? 5,000 feet?
yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, nice strong breeze today, but that doesn't bother you too much.
I'm concerned that 5,000 feet seems to be what he goes to. Like something's going to happen at 5,000
How
feet.
high can dragons fly up into the air?
Well, with any
5,001 feet, mixing it up.
5,000's too high. So it's interesting.
4,999.
4,999 feet up.
Smoot's awfully precise with his navigation there. He's
Hell of a
steering the
check.
ship to keep us
Hell of a
just
check.
below.
Our Cancun the Process has his head lowered like a...
Now, is that where the bottom of our ship is? Or
As you start getting closer, oh God, nope. That's it. Little, oh, no. There we go.
It's like playing Flight Simulator where you just tap the keys. Just the right
Also,
level.
to play it safe, should have the other people out, or we should probably hang out in a room separately.
What?
Quarantine, basically.
I mean, what could go wrong?
Yeah, that's fair. I already removed curse, right? We should be better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I should send another message to our friend the fisherman. See if he would know anything about what's happened on the island and what curse we may or may not have picked up along the way.
Remember to contact the fisherman. He's not somebody you can communicate with sending.
That's right.
You need to be able to communicate with a greater being, which is a
Yes.
5th level spell.
Which I do have, I just don't have it prepared right now, so I could do that tomorrow.
Which you can ask him questions, which you will get yes, no, or a kind of a complex vision or something like that.
Yes.
I assume if it's something very dire, he'll make himself known to us. He has a very keen talent for showing up at the handiest of times.
I mean, he probably doesn't like us given our last conversation, but you could also try to message Lord Cobblestone? No.
Oh, yes.
The guy that didn't want to associate with us anymore.
Yeah. Hey, listen, your problem with us might be taken care of soon, but could you give us some advice?
Hey, you know the Winter King. Or Moonlight King.
Yes.
I'm sure what do we say to them? We've got lots of concordance right now, so we've got good chances for positive things, but...
Yeah, you make some calls. Why am I the secretary here? Somebody else.
That's on your
somebody to
official
call.
title. Master Arcanist / Secretary. / Communications Officer. There we go.
Moonlit King, line 1, hold please. Moonlit King, line 1, hold please.
You guys, whatever you guys want to do. Yeah. You're taking another nap. So it's what, 3:30 at this point?
I can do light activity.
That's fine. Okay. Like conversation, right?
Don't
Okay.
overstress yourself.
Like,
We're sitting there smoking your pipe. I don't know. Do you smoke? Do snakes do that? Chew your grass, eat your mushrooms.
I mean,
Do some
yeah,
smooth,
but I haven't stocked up
powder?
on appropriate Quicksilver
Pipeweed.
drugs, you know?
Yeah.
It's got to be really strong to be effective for us, so
I mean,
I haven't been back there.
you guys got some snuff powder a while ago. I don't know, or
Instead of putting the pipe in your mouth, you
Yeah,
just
no,
flip your tongue out
Rutherford
to take drags off of it.
yeah. Because you were,
Yeah, I didn't.
yeah. You were like, nope.
Not a good idea.
No.
Been down that road. Didn't end well.
I mean, we're fine.
Well, it's more like a bridge that didn't end well, but you know.
The bridge ended fine. I just ended early.
So, while we're waiting on the captain's second nap, since he's another wizard on the ship, just to get a second opinion, can I find Jace and just maybe ask him if
Stressing
he
on the
can
lumpy guy being
detect
Not a
anything
lumpy
strange
guy,
or
yeah.
untoward that we might have picked up?
Sure. Jace is a. Let me pull up his character sheet.
Evoker is his character type. I don't know if that's necessarily hopeful for what we're trying to figure out.
It's kind of like an evocation wizard, right? It's just that's all it means. Yeah. Jace Argona. Okay. So. Yeah, sure. He's like. Oh, yes, Takedic, as he slides open the slider to your quarantine room. Yes, Takedic?
Yes, Jace, we just wanted to get your opinion as another esteemed magic user. If you're able to use any of your gifts to detect anything that has affected us three who actually set foot on the island or not.
Pardon, you were affected by something.
We're not entirely sure. I hold up with my finger. Wasn't any malady of any disease or sickness, but something very strange happening on the Isle of Dread. No life seems to exist on the land anymore. No beings, no people at all. And One of them who was on the island that we tried to contact apparently thinks we may have caught a curse that lays on the land.
Seems awfully worrying. I haven't noticed anything from the ship. I do admit, complete lack of flying creatures. No birds. I don't see any motion in the trees. When we got close, I didn't even hear any bugs. Just a fish. I saw some fish.
Did you see when you had the ship holding out in the bay while we were in the swamp? Did you see any signs of life anywhere? Or any other sailing vessels in the waters around the isle?
Oh, some lights in the distance, towards where the human settlements are.
Really?
I do remember those. I wasn't looking for life very much. We were told to keep a distance up so we couldn't drop fishing lines. We just stayed up and had some fire braziers going, small drinking contest on the deck, and that was about it. Had a nice meal. I did notice, I did make note of the fires in the distance.
Right.
Small glows peppering the farther inland. You could just see them in the distance. I mean, they're on a black sky. It's kind of...
Must have been huge.
So, apparently there are still human settlements. Should we direct the ship to sail down there just to see
On the other side.
what's
of the wall.
happening?
On the other side of the wall.
Yes, I love her right about round here-ish or so, and other villages down
right
around
there,
here. Yeah,
pretty much.
that's where the
Yeah.
wall is, I think.
Yeah, let's have the ship go there.
Which, I mean, yeah, there's that giant wall there. Maybe whatever struck the island got stuck at the wall. Maybe it didn't breach there.
Maybe those
Yeah.
lights were funeral pyres.
Maybe the lights were just on when it showed up in the first place, so they're still on. I mean, they're not.
Also,
Not too
just
many ever
occurred,
burning.
just occurred to me too. Technically, we've all been on the island because we were in the swamp. So you are cursed too. If
No,
we are
that's a good
cursed.
point. That's a good point.
And so is
Nope.
Toast and Artax.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
So yeah, let us out. It's too late for anybody on the ship.
Well, the Mummy Lord had also touched land. You're not sure what he meant. So, a little cryptic, but
Yeah.
he was panicked as soon as you said, you've been back to the Isle. Okay, so where do you guys go? You guys are in area 37 right now. You're making a sharp fly towards it. You can go over area 10, which is the Phantom Village. Area 9, which is the remnants of the Rakasta Village, or possibly maybe still the Rakasta Village. Probably not.
Probably a big hole in the ground. It's all.
It's literally a straight shot from
Might as
Like
well.
an ice cream
from
sandwich.
here all the way down to area 1.
Let's
Yeah,
hit
we'll
all the
ta-
highlights.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
over the
let's,
land,
because there were
5,000 feet up.
a couple of villages. We didn't
4,900
do anything,
feet
but we
up.
stopped by on the other side of the wall. Let's,
Go down. I mean, we'll go down a bit lower in this case if we're trying to actually look.
Once we get over the mountains.
Yeah.
So once you get over the mountains, you want to go
yeah, let's not
200
pull the
feet
steam
up?
on.
What?
200 feet up
Sounds good. Above the tree line from there. Yep.
of the tree line. The trees are actually fairly tall, so you'd have to be about 350. Because they are sequoia.
There. We're definitely going above the trees. I don't feel
Where,
like, you know,
where the
you could-
Phantom Village are, they're more sequoia. Everywhere else, they're kind of more like tall palm trees. Kind of.
100 feet above the trees.
Okay, so you're just keeping 100 feet above the trees. Okay. Cool. What could go wrong? Cool. Okay.
Nothing, probably. We're fine. The Mummy Lord, not a Mummy Lord guy, is just a real prankster.
Village of... Okay.
Watch it while I fuck with these guys.
Oh, they're watching me? Oh, those motherfuckers.
I assume at this point you are all investigating, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So go ahead and roll
out
me
of
investigation checks. Investigation or perception, choose which one is what you're doing. Perception will give you. I'll give you. I was going to say sensual. Jesus. It is. I'm going to give you sight-based things that you would see. Investigation. I'll let you put things together that you would readily see.
Yeah, it'd be a sensual investigation.
I guess it all depends on how we touch it.
Yeah. It depends on how you touch it. So, perception
22
or
perception.
22 perception. Cool. It's well, that's. Are you trained?
Perception?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. What about you?
21 investigation.
21 investigation. Are you trained?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Perception 8 with a natural 1.
Are you trained?
Yes.
Okay. Only one loss of a success then.
12 investigation, and I am trained.
Okay. No, you're that high up. Okay. With those investigating and those and those perceiving, I'll put those together. The Phantom Village, as you cross over it slowly, Meekob seems excited. He kind of gets up and he's like, "Oh, hey, oh, my village is there. Oh, hey."
I'm watching him for this.
It almost looks like he might jump off and fly down, but he doesn't. You guys are high up. He turns around and he just, "Hey, are we stopping? Are we?"
Meekob, we think something bad has happened.
What?
Most likely your friends and family. Oh, I can't understand him. I can't understand him. I say it like, man.
He can understand you.
What do you mean?
Have you noticed there's no animal life on the island?
What do you mean? There's got to be animal life up there. I mean, we're above the trees. It's all in the trees, Spoot.
Nope.
That can't be true. I mean, I could just fly down there real quick.
Yeah.
Don't.
Where's Raina when you need her? Just keep an eye on
There's
the
a curse for anyone that touches the ground on the island.
You touch the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a persuasion check.
Mush your face.
Persuasion. Motherfucker. 24.
You well more than succeed that he doesn't fly down in a panic to go see what's happening to his village. You have calmed him down and subdued him for now. But he definitely, like, his fur is raised and he keeps looking as you're passing the village. Small tear running down his face, a sense of panic.
I'll let him use the telescope.
You telescope and he panically looks around. At this point, it's about 5 o'clock. He's like, I think I see some movement down by the bottom of that tree over there. It could be somebody that could be alive. I swear, I think I see some movement. Just down by the bottom of the tree.
Let me see.
Okay.
The bottom of the tree.
It's about 4 or 5 o'clock. The sun's starting to hang lower, but it's still daylight out. Roll your perception check.
Dirty 20.
30-20. You also think you see movement by the tree. Near the base of the tree. Where one of the holes is. Inside the tree. Ground level. Just like something. You're not sure what. Just something for a minute. You thought you saw some movement.
Hey, Captain,
It was really quick.
scry at the base of that big tree down there? We think we see some movement.
We're roughly how far away?
You're passing the village. It's within telescope range, so it's within maybe 1,000 feet.
pause our ship's movement for now,
Okay.
and I'm gonna send an arcane eye down there to go poke around.
Okay.
I don't like that.
What?
Don't you read like this?
Sure.
Perfectly normal. Everybody reads like that. It's so strange you'd think it'd be wrong.
Actually, we don't need to pause the ship. Once I send it, I mean, it's not like it's gonna carry the momentum.
Yeah, it
doesn't
just
go
keeps
out of my
going.
range. So.
Yeah, it could just travel forever.
Yeah.
You send the arcane eye down. Your ship begins to continually fly farther away, but your sight, do your eyes just turn milky white when you do this or something, or?
I mean, I'm still very direct. I mean, that's an invocation, so it's extra drawing from the power of the Moonlit King. So give it a, I guess it is dark. He's more the darkness aspect, isn't he?
Yeah. So your eyes turn
So,
black.
yeah, very dark.
Yeah. But he's also the light, right? Yeah. But yeah. So, boom, your eyes turn black. You throw your vision. Roll me an investigation check
Hate
to
investigation.
find the area he's talking about. That specific notch
7.
by a tree. It takes you something close to near the end of your time with it. Like you're scrolling around there, you're going over mounds, under mounds, around mounds,
But
and
never
eventually
tree.
going around trees.
Wait, you said a tree?
And you must have passed this thing like 2 or 3 times. But eventually, you rolled low. But you do eventually get to it. It's not that you see it. You see a sudden flash of movement. Can the arcane eye be harmed?
I don't think so. I mean, it doesn't have like health stats or anything. You can dispel it with magic, but I don't think it has physical stats to actually be harmed. It doesn't say anything.
But it's physical,
Wise.
right?
You create an invisible magical eye within range that hovers in the air for the duration. That's as much as it says about the physical aspects.
Action, you can move it 30 feet in direction.
It's at least a little physical though, because I mean,
Yeah.
it can't go through solid barriers.
Yeah. So I'll say it's physical. Let's say it has 5 hit points, like a crystal eye.
But it is invisible.
But it is invisible, which normally something shouldn't be able to see if it's invisible. You see a flash of movement. And roll me another perception check. This is a perception, not investigation.
12.
12. You see a scythe-like arm swing wide, and the eye breaks. It was fast. Very fast. Like strong with a sword fast.
There's a hiss of surprise.
And all of a sudden,
My
like
eyes come back.
it's like it's like literally like drive. It's like you're walking, sword in the face.
Instinctively in my hole, I was like,
And the arcane eye is just like it hit it. Something saw it.
Did the false Hydra have a scythe arm?
And that was just necks and heads.
no. Specifically, it didn't kill. There were still plenty of bugs around, I'm pretty sure. I guess there were noise. I don't really see a lot of rotting.
Those mounds moved as you kind of like, the eye went over them.
It wasn't.
This doesn't seem quite exactly like the false Hydras or their minions.
I scry into the crystal ball right where, as far as I can tell, my eye was when it got killed.
Roll me initiative. See if you can do it quick enough.
21.
21. As you react quick enough to cast Scry. Immediately your vision's gone, you're like, fuck. You throw something else out there, an orb of scrying where your eye was. And as you do, you see something quickly burrow into the earth. It has a long, hunched carapace back. black, beetle-like, with large carapace protrusions coming out from it. And you see it just quickly, like you see the back of it, and it's rolled up kind of like a caterpillar, right? Just very quickly, and just kind of literally like a dolphin just into the earth. And it leaves a fresh, dug dirt mound behind it.
I think we need to nuke it from orbit because it's the only way to be sure.
But you saw the back of a carapace, and it was big. Big. Like an elephant. Maybe bigger than an elephant.
Jeez.
Oh, God.
Like a dragon. But what's weird is it left a little hole. Like it could squeeze its body in a very tiny shape.
So that thing we let loose.
Yeah.
But that thing was so small, this couldn't possibly be that.
Oh, couldn't possibly hear that. Hear that? It couldn't possibly.
Oh,
be
let's
it.
fly this land then. Land the ship. We'll walk off. It'll be great.
So I'm thinking that we leave this place and never come back or think about it again or mention it again to anybody, except maybe to one of them to never go there.
Maybe we can still fly over the human part.
Yes.
Oof.
So,
Hi.
see how far this has
Hello.
spread.
Hello.
God forbid if these things were to ever get off the island somehow.
We've got one more teleport.
You want to teleport there? Or
No. I need
I'm just gonna leave that statue behind.
a something. Just an object. It just doesn't really matter too much what random thing do I have that I can toss out.
Who are you teleporting to the island?
Where's Meatcop?
You can just throw him.
Just really, he's like, yeah, you should totally go down there. It's a great idea. You gotta go back to your family.
It's your mother down there. Go look.
She's waiting for you. She said dinner's ready. Did you have siblings? Because they're down there too.
Oh, you didn't? Now then it's
Neighbor kids.
Yeah, neighbor kids.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter too much. I've got a spare shovel. I don't have much use for that too much. A torch, actually. Something, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna teleport the torch down pretty much right next to the scry thing so I can... Hopefully it makes some sort of landing or movement when it appears.
teleport
Teleport it a little bit above the ground so it falls.
Roll me a sleight of hand check.
And if I hadn't already, I got you. Make sure you guys are actually seeing that if you hadn't before.
Okay.
Ooh. Skills. 21.
21. How close is it to the mound that it left behind? You could place it anywhere with a 21.
15 feet.
Away from the mound?
Yes.
Okay. As it hits the ground, thump, 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 thump. It does it with a long, hard thump, and it's just bouncing around. Bump, 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 bump. The mound it left behind shifts and moves a little bit. And it's in the shade. So the shade, because the sun at this point is setting. So the shade of the tree is long and covers. There's no sunlight. Nice cool shade. That mound it leaves behind moves and shifts. As it moves and shifts, you see like 100 wriggling worms with writhing buzzsaw-like mouths his thick fingers just kind of protrude up, and you hear, and they reach up, but then they come back down. Back into the mound.
That's not what I saw come out of there.
That's not the big thing you saw. It's just the mound. Left behind.
So, we should all be checking ourselves and each. Where's Scarlet when you need her to check us thoroughly?
Check me for extra holes!
Why'd you do that gesture?
Well,
Where do we need
that's what she always asks.
One time we wanted our handy surgeon.
Part-time.
I hear the sound of ultimate suffering somewhere in the distance.
And as they protruded out, they moved with the earth, right? Like they were shifting it.
Like the mound was moving at all?
The mound was moving when the worms stuck their little wiggling, writhing heads out. But then they went back in. Kind of like they just weren't ready to come out. They just weren't comfortable. Something was keeping them from freely moving about.
Like maybe the sun? Yeah, we really need to get over water.
Yep.
I'm trying to think if this is the thing that we set loose on the plateau.
The thing.
I didn't even mean that. Even though it infected myself, Scarlet, and Rutherford, but we didn't notice. Like we saw movement, but we weren't attacked. We were almost like we breathed something in that got us infected almost. So does that mean, even though we weren't attacked by anything on the island, we might have been infected somehow?
Well, let's put it this way. If you were infected, so is half the planet now. Ow! I know you're upset by this.
More of a
It's not
disease
real.
than a curse.
It's not real.
I want to taste your fingers.
Well, when Rutherford's lady friend did the whole like heart thing, I'm pretty sure we said we weren't spreading it ourselves. We were just infected.
Yes.
I think.
Well,
Maybe I have to go back and bug Rutherford again. It's like, why do you guys keep coming back over and over again?
I left the ship, I see you more often.
I can't miss you if you keep coming back. If you never leave.
He never misses the captain. You to the back of the head.
You have about
I'm so glad that no one has range
You have-
weapons anymore. Really?
about I say with that investigation took about a half an hour. You have about I said you had 2.5 hours of sunlight left, so now you're down to 2.
We've been sailing towards the city still. The human city.
Oh right, you haven't stopped moving, so
Yeah.
So I did it.
Need to get a little higher up in the air, maybe?
you have it's gonna be a race, depending on how well you pilot. So I'll need a piloting check.
Okay.
Is whether you beat the sun to the village before it
God,
sets.
it's like
Can
the
I
mummy
assist him?
returns.
I'm going to use Lucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Much better.
Okay. Technically, if the captain's assisting you, you could roll with advantage.
Take one more.
Okay. But 23 is pretty good.
I want it better.
Get up to 30 if you can.
Okay.
Nope, not with the 2.
All right.
All right. So
23.
you take the 23. Okay. You make it to the village. 20 minutes to spare for the sun. You literally see dusk hitting. The sun is cresting down. It's about a half crescent by the time you break for the village. This is what you notice as you... Area 1. I got a map of this town. There we go. As you... Try to get the dog. She rests below my chair sometimes. I gotta make sure not to wheel into her. As you get close The wall is there. It is reinforced. There appear to be... You've never really been at the wall before, but it appears to be reinforced. Like it has wall...
Like
it has,
recently.
well, have you guys been to the wall?
We
Like, you've been
sailed
to the
by
side
it.
of the wall.
We sailed by it.
Yeah, but that was like
Yeah.
the side where it was like it met the water because it's completely over,
Mhm.
and then it goes actually into the water for a bit. But you saw it, and there was like forest there. This is where there's actually it's cleared away, and there is a road, a dirt road that leads from the shaft of land along this 1.5 mile long, thick wood and stone, wood timber made of like sequoias, right? And it's reinforced with stone and thick mud between it, right? It's a solid wall. This thing would be hell of a thing to breach, and it is thick because it can be walked upon, like a highway deep road up top of it.
It's
There-
like the wall of the north, except not out of ice.
Yeah, made of thick, old, petrified timbers and stone, probably built around maybe a stone rock natural formation, and then reinforced in places. So there are large burning pyres atop this entire wall. About every 150 yards, there's another burning pyre. And you see people along the wall. Along the entirety of the front of the wall, before the wall even happens, you notice that there's a cut of water that has been freshly trenched. There seems to be at least a 5-foot long moat that's been dug out, about 1.5 miles. And the trees have been cleared on both sides, even where there previously were trees. Those trees have been made now into like shafts of wood that stick out where there's called I've got a couple figs of them over there, the timber reinforcements, right? So somebody might spear themselves as they come across. And you see guards on the other side with bows and long staffs that seem to have some kind of from a distance, but you can kind of see them. They have spears, long staff. They look like a giant man catcher, but it's like inversed out. And it's like a long pole, and they seem to be standing near the water. They see your ship flying through the air at them, and you see people with torches waving at you on top of the giant wooden structure far outside. But you do see lights in a village beyond. Torches lit. Night fires, cooking fires, smoke rising into the blackening sky. Well, the slowly darkening sky. Where do you go? Where do you touch down?
Should I message someone on the ground? See if we're allowed to land offshore?
See if they have anything useful to tell us. That'd be great.
Yeah. Don't want to make any aggressive motions they might take as...
Just use the telescope and find somebody that looks like they're in charge.
Alright. Then yeah, I'll take a peek through there. Can I see any, like, guards with a more pointy hat or some rank denoted on their armor?
Kind of looking at... Make me an insight check, right? Because you're reading people and how they respond to others. Do they look at somebody else as they see this thing? Is there somebody else with a telescope looking at you?
10.
Don't see anybody in a colorful feathered hat or anything. You see a couple guards. There might be one of them might be in charge, but all of them are looking and pointing at, and they seem to be kind of like measuring up together, and there seem to be like maybe 5 or 6 on the wall that have started clustering together, and they have what appear to be spears on a pole that they can throw.
Try to, yeah.
But they're They're like, is this friend? Is this foe? What the fuck is a flying... Is this a ship? Why is it flying at me?
Yeah, maybe we should just like shout out to them and this doesn't seem like a contact one person
Okay, we're
scenario.
gonna speak.
I will cast tongues on myself.
Okay. You're trying to scream, what, 350 feet in the air? As you're about maybe like 1,000 feet away?
So it seems like message would be a better go. At least hail one of them.
Skywriting.
Draw a giant peace sign in
Yes.
the dark.
Holy shit, oh
They're summoning a storm to drown us!
the dragons!
Yeah, I have nothing to like amplify my natural speaking voice or anything. Ugh.
Yeah, thaumaturgy would do that.
Oh, that okay. Yeah, that's the worst thing.
I mean, yeah, I can try messaging someone at random down there if no one else has any other ideas.
Sure, why not? Roll me a percentage.
It won't hurt to try.
Yeah, you roll me a percentage.
Let's tie a message to an arrow, and we'll shoot an arrow.
There you go.
Message for you, sir!
I rolled an 82.
82. That's good. That's good. Let me pull up the NPC Codex.
You're so shitty.
Or maybe a
Message for Piss Boy.
God, what if one of my kidnapped classmates happens to be in this group of people?
Holy shit, the cadence!
Is that you? God damn!
I haven't seen you since we pantsed you in the locker room.
Yeah, I keep sailing, Captain. We don't want to stop here.
They're hostile. Kill them.
Have you recovered from those swirlies yet?
Nuke for more, but it's the only way to be sure.
Okay. Yeah, you did really good. There appear to be a larger gentleman. The interesting thing of note, he, dark skin. He's a larger gentleman, maybe in his 50s, right? Maybe 45, maybe 50. Whitish streaks along each side, wild hair, then a black streak along the top, as if he's kind of got a reverse mohawk of just graying, right? His left arm is entirely shriveled, as if maybe he's had a stroke before, long past, and the arm is black. And it just seems to kind of hang limply to his side. He seems to be holding what appears to be some kind of totem-like character in a wooden form, right? It's very much like a tiki totem, right? Just he's holding it in. Sorry, yeah, that'd be his right arm. It's his left arm that's shriveled. Left arm limply injured, face and torso bear many scars, probably display some sort of badge of honor. And yeah, you contact him.
All right. Ahoy there.
Ahoy, hoy!
We don't mean to cause alarm. We are seeking refuge from the dangers of the island. May we make port by your village?
Okay. The voice says back, I am Fano, the talking chief. You may make port away from the dock. None of your people are to come onto the land. I will meet you by your ship, but we will not touch. I must see you. Think that works? 25 words? Sure.
Sure.
Said he was talking to someone. He can cheat a little.
Yeah, why not?
I'll relay that.
Seems reasonable.
Everyone.
Let's take her down.
Yes. Maybe they can veer away from the wall more towards the water. Like,
Took her down, land in the bay, bid out.
Okay.
do we have like a... We have flags. Is there like... Not like a white flag of surrender, but like a... one to show like, hey, we're friends? I don't fucking know. I'm not actually a sailor.
Of course you do. We have our flag for our ship.
Let's take a 5-minute break because I got to use the bathroom. And we will pick up there with you talking with Fano.
Once they've
The
seen our
talking
flag,
chief.
surely they'll know that the Wu-Tang Clan is a force for good.
Oh my god, did you guys... you went with that one.
Not my choice.
I'm never here when you guys choose names. It's amazing.
It's known far and wide. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with.
With the like snake jaw symbols on flag.
Slideshow, background music, and... go.
I have. Let me check my spells.
There we go. And slideshow background music is gone.
At least I
Okay.
have tongues up now, so that'll help.
We are back. So you make how far are you away from the village?
Is the village just on the other side of the wall, or is it a ways away from the wall?
It's a ways away from the wall, but he asked you to make in the water away from the village.
Alright.
So,
We should have a reasonable idea of what's okay for a dinghy or rowboat to go out to.
so 100 yards?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. 100 yards.
Yeah. Park the ship down like halfway between the wall and the village and the water. The halfway point.
No, I do have daylight, just not prepared.
Wall in the village, okay, near Area 1, okay. You are very much in a very similar spot you were before. Remember I described that there was a small barge that goes out near the gate and a road that leads from that barge. It would have led to that village. Eventually, it is night at this point. It's fresh night, but it's night, which is still dark, but it'll get, as the moon comes out, it'll get brighter. You guys, though all of you have dark vision, right? You do see a small parade of torches appear in the darkness on the dirt path that leads up to the wooden barge. You see this elderly man. I would say elderly, like he's like 50-something. And he does look big. He looks like he's still, except for like one withered arm. He gets into what appears to be a canoe. And there is a younger gentleman on either side that begin to row out towards your boat. He is standing. Eventually it gets close to. When it does get close to, he calls out in...
When he gets closer, I'm going to join the tongues party.
He is also speaking in tongues.
Oh, dang it, what a waste. So well.
Everybody's got tongues.
What language is he speaking?
He is speaking Mwangi.
Nope.
What, you didn't learn the language of this village before?
It's the local language of the tribe people is called Mwangi. So,
If I had more time, maybe.
If we actually interacted with them before,
Yeah.
maybe.
so as he calls out, he says, "Hail! I am Fano, the Talking Chief. Chief of..." Wait a second, I gotta keep flipping between. What's this village's name?
Chief of production.
Of Tananora. Who are you in such a flying vessel that sails through the sky as if it is water?
It was Chief what?
Fano.
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 F-A-N-O.
So this is not what we would consider a modern village. This is a
Well, you guys haven't actually gone into the village before.
okay.
But he appears to be in kind of like a Hawaiian tribal dress, but it would be comfortable in this hot, temperament climate.
Okay.
Mostly clothes appears to be light leathers. He does have boots, right? But his clothes are, sparing, especially along the top. And he does have a decorative necklace. But yeah, their technology is, they're in canoes, but that's made of like the wood around, but it's definitely like the weapons they have are like wood with obsidian, right? Or they appear to have obsidian tipped poles. You don't think there's probably a lot of metal around here.
Hail, Chief Fano. I am Captain Zorksan Zorksan Venom Tongue, leader, captain of this Nostromo. Captain of the Nostromo, leader of the glorious Wu-Tang clan.
Hail,
Pleased to meet you.
Hail Wu-Tang Clan. I am the chief of the Tanora. Have you been into the forest beyond the walls?
We did sail over it for a time. Saw suspicious activities, including these worm things on the ground. And something worse. The lack of life made us decide not to land anywhere there.
Do the worms touch you or any of your people?
No.
They burrow in your skin? He casts Zone of Truth.
He did now? He does
Yeah.
now? Oh,
He
yeah.
just did.
That's fine. Just making sure. I was lying a little bit beforehand, so.
It doesn't affect Decatur.
Yep.
Mind blowing. So he casts his own truth. You can try to resist it, but he has cast something at an extended range.
Well, I am going to try to resist it because.
Okay. Charisma
You're
check.
full of shit.
Okay, I failed miserably.
What is your response?
Well, he cast it after he asked if there were any worms on us, so. We are unaware of any worms or that have made it to any of us. We have checked ourselves repeatedly, but nothing. We have found no sign of them.
Before you come on land, those that come on will be searched by myself, my guards, and the medicine man. Naked. If you wish to come ashore and speak more. Great captain of the Wu-Tang clan. Fucking hate you guys.
That would be Trey.
Is that better or worse than Super Friends from last game? Just to clarify.
You know, at this point, it themes well, given the discussion, but man, we have a regular party name. All right, go, keep going. Keep going.
I find these terms agreeable. Honestly, a search from people who have experienced this already would be welcome.
Then strip.
We
will provide clothes for you when you come ashore, and we will search you on the dock. You are to dive in the water, head deep, before you touch into the dock. I want to see you drenched in water first. And the boat rows back. And you see a procession. There's about 12 guys on the dock. Some of them do appear to be dressed in possibly medicine men-like clothes. He appears to be the most elegantly dressed. But most of them, the majority, are able warriors. Some with long poles, buckets of water, and obsidian-tipped spears and torches.
Did he say anything about weapons?
No, he just said naked.
Just don't you have to.
Yeah, I have to keep one up.
But listen, if I leave this, I'm gonna die, sir. Please.
This is gonna be awkward.
Also, do not touch this.
You could try.
You know, you could wipe out a village by just tossing it in there somewhere.
That's a good point.
Yeah, go ahead. Disarm me. Go ahead.
Try it.
Yeah, it's the shore. Are there wooden planks to walk along the whole shore, or is it sandy beach?
It is a sandy beach. You might have ways around the sandy beach. You'd have to go above or around it. You could fly for a minute a day. You could
That's
find
true.
a way around.
That's
it.
true. I can fly.
But
Yeah,
you
okay,
can definitely,
baby.
you definitely get on the dock without touching any sand.
Okay.
Because he wants you to get in the water and then climb up the dock. They have literally like drop ladders ready for you.
Maybe we could give you all of our weapons like a bundle. Be like, you're our weapons master. You hold on to our weapons. So you know, I don't know.
So it makes sense that.
So
I'm gonna send my weapon into my special space where I can spend my weapon. Send my weapon.
you can do that. Right. So do all of you strip down?
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you have any equipment with you outside of the rowboat and your dignity? Outside of maybe you with your sword?
Yeah.
I'm leaving my dignity on the ships. I don't want it to get wet.
Okay.
Is there any other crew members on the dock as we're doing this?
Crew members? Oh, they're. You get naked on the on the boat before you.
Yeah, our crew members. He's nervous
Yeah.
about some of the chicks who won't leave him alone.
Anybody? I don't want anybody looking at me naked.
Oh, I've got no problem. I'm stripping on
We're usually mostly naked anyway.
I wear heavy armor most of the time.
On your torso.
You're always there with your clothing. Hang
Quill sharpener giving you the eye.
Oh boy.
Oh God.
All right. Let's see.
Did you give him another treat?
Okay.
We're sitting, you know.
Yeah, as you begin to take your clothes off,
Where's the other one?
Merifius
Upstairs, I assume.
is. She's staring at your butt, right? She's giving you a look. Norjan's staring at your dick.
He's at the.
Oh. Okay.
Such a buffet of choices for you on the ship.
Oh.
Dude, don't want to I have choice.
Where's Tatiana?
What does that matter?
She innocently leaves because she is uncomfortable with people stripping in the open.
I just close my eyes and try to summon up the gusto Scarlet would show here and try not to be too embarrassed.
Okay.
Is it Tuesday?
Is it Tuesday? It's like, let me look at the calendar here. No, it's the middle of the week. It's the 22nd. It's a holiday. It's Pika.
So it's Naked Wednesday.
Oh,
There's 8 days in a week. Which
Yes.
day's Tuesday in that case?
Pika. Oh, it's a holiday. Holiday Pika is. Since it's a holiday, that kind of makes sense, right? It's a festival today. Pika. Pika is a holiday celebrated on the second full moon of autumn. Is associated with nobility and eternity. Celebrations last from dusk till dusk again. Traditions include public feasting, atonement. No traditions celebrate it differently. So public feasting and atonement for things, kind of like, reverse New Year's Eve, I guess. I don't know. So okay. Yeah, you guys get in the dinghy and you row out, and the only weapon you have on you is your sword.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's wrapped in leathers.
Okay. As you begin to get close, the boat is stopped by long poles before you can get in, and the elder walks out onto the deck, about good 15 feet away from you. He says, "Dive into the water. They hate the water." Sploosh.
Good to know.
Fall backwards.
Each of you dive into the water, and a rope ladder is presented so that you can climb up back into the dock. And as you do, they hold out poles that you can grab onto and pull you to help you get up. They keep their distance, and an old medicine woman comes up to you. Let me look at what her NPC sheet is. Come on, you old bag. Tribal witch doctor. That's your name? Oh, no.
She was born.
She has a name. It's Mika, the shaman. An old, spirally woman with long, gray, wild hair. Beautiful headdress, but these enjeweled beads that seem to, with her age, has pulled her head down, like she's having trouble holding it up. She has a long, she looks like a,
Oh, jeez.
like an old, spindly witch doctor woman.
Mm-hmm.
Ancient, wise woman has dry, wrinkled skin, clinging tightly to her emaciated form. She stinks of herbs and has long, white hair braided with animal bones.
Does she weigh the same as a duck?
Who are you that knows so much?
Well, she's got an AC of 8, so maybe. Anyway, she
Let's take out the tribal people from
slowly,
Joe's
and I mean
volcano.
slowly, waddles up to where you guys are. with kind of like old bowish legs that are just kind of uncertain of where they're touching down. Her right eye, begins to glow. As it does, she looks at each of you. And then she asks you, she says, Nango tushukataka tatoshi. The tribal leader, whose name is Thano, says she wants you to come closer, one at a time. She's going to look for holes in your body.
Above the regular number?
Yes. Do any of you have
2, 2, 1.
scars that we should know of? And
point out that I do have a scar on my face, obviously.
this would be a hole, a bored hole in your body, a wound that will not heal.
Yep.
She's going to start examining you. He will say, I asked for no weapons to be brought.
I apologize. Due to the nature of this weapon, I'm not comfortable having it away from me. I promise I will not use it unless we do happen to become under attack.
Since you've come naked, you will roll a persuasion check with advantage. Because he's like, I mean, if we met, naked guy with a sword?
Say persuasion?
Yeah, with advantage.
Okay, actually, that's not too bad.
Fortunately, weapons are his religion.
Gonna be a charm.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Alright. The weapon does not leave those bounded leathers.
Very well.
We will protect you here. We have fended them off for the last 2 months.
Very well.
She examines all of you. I won't do many rolls. She knows what she's looking for. She checks the bottom of your feet, your head, ears, loose pieces of flesh around like underneath armpits, right? Your throat, anywhere. And she eventually goes, and he says, you pass. You may enter the village. I apologize, but we've had it happen before, and I do not want to burn any more huts and scour any more earth. We'll speak. It is a holiday. Feasting and atonement will be done tonight. You will feast with me. Do you guys want to fast forward?
Can we return to our ship for a moment to get clothing?
No. They do provide you clothing.
The earth thing.
Is there a way that we can move without getting or crossing over sand?
His religion has a problem with sand. It's
You can't cross sand. There's sand all around this beach.
Specifically sitting foot on the sand.
You wish to be carried.
how far away is it to solid ground? Unless the whole thing is.
It's a good 150 yards.
I mean, if I don't want to be a burden, but
I have men I can carry you. Your traditions are weird to me, but I will respect them because you are a guest.
I would carry you, but
He claps his hands together
That's the reason.
and he says, please provide these men and...
What?
Wait, see what he gets.
rolling an insight check.
Is he assuming your gender?
Men... clothing. Yes, he has a trait.
Yeah, enough.
Small look like, good. He got it correct.
So, yeah, you all are given tribal clothing. Most of it isn't like full shirts, right? It's more like kilts and things of that nature.
Hula skirts.
And some of them have like maybe like a kind of like a Roman style shawl, but it's not like made of like white cloth or anything. It's made of like burlap, right? So yeah, you guys are clothed, and 4 different men lift you up. So they take 2 long poles, and what they do is they hoist you up on these 2 long poles, and they'll carry you well and past the sand.
Cool.
Until your character says, "Okay, I'm good now."
All right.
You guys make your way into the village. The village is large. It is in a giant circular shape. And let me grab the map so I've got the description.
Oh, if only Scarlet was still with us. I could only imagine.
The entirety of the village is surrounded by what appears to be large. The village itself has an entire road that goes. I'll just show you. The village is made up of 4 different housing units, right? Large spiraled houses surrounding what appears to be graveyards. There appears to be a pyramid in the middle. It is a large pyramid, not as large as the pyramid that you saw. It's not towering into the sky, but it's at least 3 large block structures high. This is atop a flat top hill that has been clear cut, and the hill rises up into higher up than the lower regions. The lower region is all like gardens and like cornfields, and so the 4 large farms surround the village, and the road goes around it, and there's basically many roads, and you're guessing maybe there might be at least 1,000 people here, maybe 2,000, right? It's fairly good sized village. There's large towers outside of there's large towers that have kind of like ladders that will take you up onto the giant wall. The wall has been reinforced, and there appear to be many men outside of it. More men than you think would normally be in this village. You're guessing probably from other villages to the south. Maybe they've been called upon. You're guessing there might be a force of at least 500 men here. Of just what appears to be some kind of tribal military force, but you're a soldier. Some of you are actually professional soldiers. Some of you have trained with soldiers. They're not soldiers. These are men defending their homes, right?
Is there anyone around that looks like they don't belong here? Like maybe they were in a different village and
yes,
are also here.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh, that's not good. 5.
Actually, everyone can roll me a perception check.
In the same vein, anything that my wish eyes see? Any illusionists or transform people?
I will get there, depending on what you roll.
19.
19.
I'm still far too embarrassed. That's a nat 1.
It's not one.
Not looking directly
Your
at
head's
anybody.
down, and like you're wearing these clothes, and they're itchy. They're not as silky as your elven clothes you're used to.
Even with my privates covered, I'm still very...
It's breezy. It's breezy. And like you have sensitive nipples, and the burlap sack is like rubbing against your sensitive nipples. So you're kind of walking with like holding your shirt out while looking down.
What if I accidentally activated my orb so Master Penmar could see me? It's like, what the hell is he doing? No, I didn't mean to, not now!
What'd you get?
14.
14. Okay.
Also, I passed on their clothing. It looked awful.
Oh, okay, so you're just naked snake.
Yeah, I'm proud of myself.
That's fine. That's
Dick
fine.
swinging dick.
You're not red rocketing. Is it a red rocket situation? No, I don't want to know.
The bottom one's gone already, okay?
The village of Tenora. So you guys, with a 19, you see some Phantons here. There's a small group of Phantons which appear to be near a feasting area. Not many of them, maybe 30, 35. Because there are a lot more Phantons than that. but there's about 35 Phantons that seem to be like, and they're wearing Phantom clothing. You might even, a couple of them kind of look familiar, but they're Phantons from that village, but they're here. But not as many as you remember. There's 35 there. You also notice you saw the Neanderthals from a distance long ago when you passed by them on your way before you encountered the talking psychic spiders.
Oh, yeah.
You appear to be
The rock apes.
maybe 2 or 5 Neanderthal-like people. 3 men and 2 women. They're very much like normal humans, except they're kind of more hunched over, and they're much more bigger, right? Kind of more like Goliath in size. They technically are Goliaths, right? So they're very big humans with more pronounced features. And they wear tribal makeups. They're very out of place here, right? They're also eating, but they're talking to no one, and they seem to have a worried look about them. And there's only like 5 of them.
Is there any way I can
No,
get
that's
to the
a problem.
Phantom?
Hmm?
Is there any way I can get to those Phantom?
You can. I'll get you in a second. You, on the other hand, do see what appears to be. It looks like a outside of the illusion, or whatever this is. It appears to be like a darker skinned member of the Mwangi. You appear what appears to be a young adult black dragon. But it's different than other black dragons. It has wisps of smoke coming off of it. And it's slightly see-through and shadow-like. So, that's what you see. Everything else, you don't see it. You don't see the Phantons or like the Neanderthals. You're like do dragon.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's like, oh.
And it's large, but it's not as big as some of the ones you fought before, right? It's like maybe a third the size of that bone dragon. It's a young adult, right? You know, so.
The bone dragon was also formerly a black dragon.
Was it
right?
Akeem the kind?
And it was bigger, older, before it died.
It was like, what was the name? Let's see. I'll look it up.
We'll definitely talk to him.
So, but before you can go talk to him, I mean, you are trying to get your way over there. You would have to leave the elder. And he's trying to get you into his tent.
Stay with the elder for now.
Okay.
It'll be hard to
Fana,
miss him, so I'm not too worried about it.
when you go in there, you see Fana. You see what appears to be the elderly shaman woman who's speaking in her language. Right? She doesn't seem to be using the spell tongues. You see what appears to be some younger, well, no, not younger, kind of another elderly man. He has bone piercings all over his body, and a weird feather dress. He has a decrepit, stooped tribal human is before you. Feathered leather headdress covers his bald head, and his body sports various piercings holding animal bones or tusks. There appears to be another aging tribal wise woman has feathers weaved into her long graying hair. Her wrinkled, feathered skin hangs loosely, but her brilliant blue eyes are piercing. She fondles a golden medallion around her neck, shaped like a dolphin, set with a mother pearl. And she's got this, yeah. There appear to be at least 2 younger women. One appears to be a middle-aged, somewhat overweight native tribal woman. I don't really want to call that overweight. I call that hourglass, but whatever. She has a wide, pudgy face and freckles. She wears several trinkets and minor piercings of jewelry, such as a necklace of animal teeth, several earrings, rings in her finger, and she has a motherly countenance. Next to her, a younger tribal woman. She has long black hair and several tattoos on her face and arms. Always with a quick smile, she smells of flowers and wears simple clothes, and pretty attractive. And there appear to be three more younger men that are by him. These appear to be personal guards or maybe some tribal war leaders, young war men. You will learn that the younger war men's names are Bankora, Kuro, and Meshawa. The guy named Meshawa's got this crazy look on his face. Just naturally seems to have a crazy look in his face. The younger woman's name is Sanar,
Willem Dafoe.
and Kuna. Kuna is the wife of Senar. And yeah. Or not the wife, the mother of Sunar. And then the other ones you learn is Marachis. She is a matriarch of a village to the south. There's Umlaut. He's the tribal cleric of another village to the south. And there are other sub-chiefs around, but they're not worth describing because they don't have names. And there is, of course, Fano, who is the chief of the main village. And then there's Mika, the shaman, and she is the wise one. They're so a mix of warriors and spellcasters. Fano will say, pointing, he'll motion for you to sit, and he will say, "A plague, a long shadow has been cast upon the jungles beyond. Cursed is the land. We noticed it many months ago. The start of it, the hunting became sparse. Less creatures to hunt, and what meat we found was spoiled. Some of my men became infected with these worms. We knew something was off because they would not cross water. There was but a small stream because of rains that separated the roadway from the wall, and as much as they tried and wanted, they could not cross it. For 3, maybe 8 days, they sat there, their bodies becoming more emaciated, until eventually worms started sprouting from their body. Others came to try to heal them. They were infected, and they could not cross the water. We burned their bodies from afar, filled them with arrows, and then we trenched that stream, and we have guarded the wall. Creatures, others, large dinosaurs, tried to cross it, but could not. Some could, and we let them cross, but others, fresh burrowed holes in their skin, but still alive, their wits amongst them, as much as they tried, could not. These worms, if they've infected you, you cannot cross water. They will not go into ponds. They run from wet surfaces, and they only come out at night in large, infected, rotting bodies. Writhing with worms. They bury themselves at night in mounds of dirt. If you get near one, they may attack and launch these worms at you that burrow into your skin. The only cure is powerful magics or removing the limb.
Have you seen a large one, nearly elephant or mammoth-sized?
The shark, yes. That thing is different. It shoots worms from its bodies. It has these large, protruding exoskeleton things along its back. It will point them towards you and shoot these worms from them at you. We lost some men. We thought we were safe behind the waters. We will shoot them over the water at you. But it will not cross the water. I lost many men that day. We kept war parties close to the bank, thinking we were safe with poles. At night, I pull them back. And then we sweep the grounds to kill any worms that might shoot over the water at the lands. Currently dredging another line of water defense. And tar. It also will not cross tar. Perhaps it's wet. I do not know. We have tar pits outside. Anyone coming back must drench themselves in water and then be inspected, just in case. Your ship flew above the land. You are lucky. Many of my warriors have not come back. We have had survivors from other villages to the north of us. They are here. What remains of them and their peoples. I do not know of those that lie beyond. My rafts I have not sent around the isle, but ever since the explosion at the plateau, I haven't sent my men out very far. The sky roiled, and we saw the earth fly, and a mountain disappeared. It is the end of times, I think. Our shamans believe this is the end times, where the sun will be swallowed. Summer will never come again. But you are safe here. We have food. And you have a flying ship. People may trade, wanting to leave the isle. I am keeping my people safe as long as we can, but we can no longer go beyond the Great Wall.
With only this much of the island left, I imagine starving is inevitable at some point. The lack of resources.
It may be. We depended on going outside, but the fish are still plentiful. The fish are not infected. As long as there are fish in the ocean, we are fine. Fresh water is difficult to come across, but I am debating on sending boats around towards a river which is to the north. There is a large body of water, a lake, but I fear sending my men out. There are not even the pterodactyls anymore. Nothing flies. They disappeared months ago. I suspect they purchased and took root and died. But I have seen some things flying in the sky. The green one flies occasionally. I see him in the distance, but he does not touch ground anymore. He flew above our village once to let us know he still was around. I have a source that has assured me he probably is fine.
Is he friendly toward your village?
The Lifebringer, yes.
Do you have any means of contacting him?
Side scowling.
I do not. My source does.
Could you... Would you mind telling me who your source is?
I would.
In that case, would you mind next time you speak with your source, would you have him tell the Lifebringer that Rokugan is in need of his presence?
I will pass that along. The only other thing I've seen is occasionally a hippogriff. They make nest on an island far away. But if they ever go back to...
No.
If they ever go back to that village, they may not cross it. Even flying, they do not cross water willingly. We saw some of the pterodactyls that were infected and they turned when they got close to water. Only if they're forced across would they. That thing that shoots them from its back. It's the only thing that's made them go across water.
Well, that would seem to imply they are at least contained on this island. Are you aware of any infected individuals setting sail from here, getting on any ships and leaving?
Oh, there was that large steel boat.
Sounded like that.
That's not even by you, you weirdo.
A large steel vessel, 9 times larger than your vessel. Long, made of steel, with smoke rising from it, made sail around our village. I do not know if they made purchase or not. 12 of my men died. They shot fire from them and it exploded in the ground. He holds up what appears to be a large metal ball. This flew from it and destroyed a canoe we had sent out to bring greetings and food. Menfolk. White as white could be. Blonde hair. And bright clothes. History check. Specifically for Smoot and for your character.
I know one country in particular safeguarded cannons. Is it Rokugan?
Yes, it's
But
here.
I'm trained.
That's an 11 for me. I'm also trained.
The DC was 10. But you have proficiency with, you can roll with advantage. You have proficiency with sailing vehicles. I'll give you advantage on that. The 10 does make it, so you get the same.
8, but it's trained.
It's just like, it's just not coming to you, right? You're too focused on like the Phantons right now. You know of Beryllian steamboats. That is a large Beryllian boat, though. What is such a large Beryllian vessel doing so far out here? That's something to think about. It's 11:30. Do you guys have any other questions that you want to have right now? And then we can like pause and you can pick back up at this if you have more you think of later.
Do the worms? Do the worms specifically infect someone with the purpose of killing them, or do they take over their bodies in some way?
They take over the body in some way, but they do wish to feed. I have seen an infected covered in riling worms pick clean bones of another creature and then hibernate near it, fat with its feeding, and creating more of its riling mass. Eventually, they eat entirely the body in which they reside in, and it's nothing but a skeleton and a mound beside it. I've seen that. From beyond the waters. My compatriots have the ability to throw their vision far out, but only the places in which they've been or where their eye can perceive. And he looks at the obvious other druids and other arcane or clerical casters nearby. Which you're guessing, common sense, there's probably at least 5 of these guys. Not wizards, but shamans or druids or some kind of clerical caster.
Would I know, based not on the ships necessarily, but the people crewing them, the blonde-haired, white-skinned, I know, are those be like a type of elf manning the ships?
No. If Matt's character says anything,
I'll relay that.
they're describing Brillians. Brillians are like white Southerners, right? They are
Okay.
very blonde hair, blue eye, like
Okay.
Zing
Just missing
Hale
the
type.
hood.
Right? They know they wear the hood. They wear the hood. They're bad people.
Well, I know they take like elven slaves also. I wasn't sure if you meant like literally like white, like ethereal, or just like peachy white.
That's possible too, but he didn't seem to give off. He didn't describe the ears or anything.
Yeah.
But
People always describe things.
the thing is, I mean, if there's brilliance, there's slave labor. There's probably slaves there too. Seems like it's a big ship, almost Titanic in size.
Somebody's got to shovel the coal.
But what's such a big ship doing out here? A ship bigger than any you've heard
Right.
of, outside of some of the Magocracy war vessels. There are some Magocracy warships that are huge, where they drop golems from the sky. So, anybody else have any questions before we take a break? Or for this session anyway. Okay, let's plan on you picking up back here, right? So you can finish up. Give you as players time to think about what the fuck you would ask and you would talk to. Obviously, I've pointed out some interesting humanoid characters here that may know things, as well as some supernatural ones and some familiar, right? I think you have a better idea of what's going on, right? The timeline matches up with other things. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, good job, guys. We'll see what happens on episode 95 of the Dungeons and the Dragons. And
They started a civil war and committed genocide. Woo!
yeah, high five, everybody. High five.
Ah.
No slap hands. Okay.
Shake hands!
All right, I'll see you guys in episode 95. Bye.